Peak Fiction, Kino. Oh boy. Peak Fiction, Kino. Oh boy. Hello? Hello, hello? Let's change this horribly sad song.
Hello everyone. Sorry for the delay. Hope everyone's doing well. Hello... Bea, Trish, Dai, Angry Shadow, Kaido, Dofi, Obito, and Itachi top 30, I believe. We'll see. Struggler, Avaya, Nick, Edulegi, Edu, Mandarina, Andres, Lamp, Soul Samurai, Clivesy, Wokeism, Ray, Shamil, Archidon, Hannah. Thank you, Bea, for the 100 bits. Releasing a Kaido analysis the day before he probably is revealed on the Antagonists is kinda goated. Speaking of Kaido analysis, you motherfucker, I love you so much. For a second yesterday, I thought I was hallucinating, holy shit. What changed your mind on making big 3 essays? I just wanted to talk about Kaido. Also, thank you for the 100 bits. I really, I don't know. People really... Kaido's the most AJ character to make a video on. People call him inconsistent or insubstantial, or that people who praise him have headcanon and stuff like that. So people are not going to stop doing that, but I figured I'd just put my take out there, put his character together in a cohesive way, and maybe help people appreciate him better. And a bunch of people have already said that, so that's cool. Yeah, if you haven't checked it out, we made the One Piece video that I said I wouldn't make, which is on Kaido. So check it out if you want to. I think it's quite good. Fiji edited it very well. I think the script is strong. Yeah, I'm proud of it. Hello, Carrie, Kaigu, Miflo, thank you for the 9 months. 9 months passed in a flash. Thanks for all the great streams as always, AJ, and major hype for the Haikyuu movie. It's in theaters in Romania too. Congratulations. Is it sort of the same time as us, which is end of May? Thank you, Shamil, for the 145. No. No. Hello, Sunflux. PTM? Eric, Raph, Ray. I'm so glad you enjoyed it, Ray. Thank you so much. Happy Griffith Day? We shall see. Hello, Downpour. Okay. Rosalicia? Diego, Dave, Kurtman? Anyone else here hate waffles? Me. David? Torgilia, Stoof, Tom, DJ Evans, John Tim, Spaced Out Drip, a fellow nerd. Sorry, I'm just making sure I get everyone. Elijah, Lay, let me know if your pulse quickens when you play Chrono Trigger. Yes, it does. All the time. Mystic, Gred. Thank you, Struggler. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Middle-aged, man. Hello. Next Level Meta. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Yeah, someone got really, really upset when they said, they responded to my video on Twitter saying, no matter what anyone says, I will never, ever think that Kaido is not mediocre. And I said, well, if you think that way, like, if you're not open to thinking that way, obviously you're not going to think that. And they got really, really upset. Like, really, they're like, why am I getting ratioed? What's going on? Like, you're on Twitter, man. You're on Twitter. Anyway. Listen, guys, you should not be concerned if you ever get ratioed. It usually means you said something brave or stupid. Most of the times it's stupid. But sometimes you get ratioed for just saying something brave that is true. And either way, it is not something to be concerned about, I promise. Hello, Pepino. I'm sorry in advance about people asking for other Big 3 stuff and not believing you because of that. It's okay, Struggler. Yeah, it's something that's gonna happen. It's gonna happen, I realize it. When I say that I'm not gonna make a video about Doflamingo, people are not gonna believe me, and that's okay. That was the April Fool's joke. It's for Kaido. I will say right now, I have no plans for any more One Piece video analyses or video essays. But I know that some people will not believe that, and that's okay. Naruto, no plans for it either. Bleach, no plans for it either. Also, Naruto, I think, is more susceptible to copyright than One Piece. AJ, what's up, Bald King? True, I'm super bald. How's it going, Pepino? Kurtman asks the top 5 antagonists of all time. I'll answer you, Kurtman, in a few hours. FCAP? Since I'm not expecting to see it here, the Darkness say one nice thing about the Darkness Devil from Chainsaw Man, which, as weird as it may seem, might be my favorite character in Chainsaw Man and one of my favorite antags in any manga. I think the Darkness Devil is cool. I think generally they're the most overtly... How do I say this? Overtly enigmatic and abstract and symbolic that a character has gotten in Chainsaw Man, unless I'm forgetting someone. Because there's a lot of dimensions to approach them from, and I really appreciate that. Like, they're really... like, they're very different. It's very different from Makima, the approach. It's very different from Riz, or however you pronounce. I've never said it out loud. So it adds a new element while characterizing the world and setting and mythos. And yeah, I think it's just generally very Lovecraftian, yes. Yeah. Which I'm glad that the story's getting into. Because I think it's hinted at that, but never gotten super into it. Hello, Florent. Did you see the eclipse? I did. I did indeed. You know, you're not supposed to look into it. I looked into it. I'm on Twitter just to say stupid shit. So true. Me too. They got mad. They got really mad because I called them little bro. I'm like, sorry, man, but sometimes it's deserved. They got really mad. Lil bro? That's so corny, man. You're better than that. I said, listen. I correspond my replies to the corniness of the replies I'm replying to. So if you're corny, I'm gonna be corny back. No Pez analysis? No. Apparently not, Andres. Fiji was pretty confident in saying that it would be good. We'd be set. In time to see Zeke rising? We shall see. No. No, Hannah. No, what number did we leave off on? We left off here. He's complaining about ratios. That's little bro behavior. Super true. Very true. This is where we left off, guys. 66. Was Kirei already on there? No. If he's on there, he will be either... Sorry. He's either not on the list or we'll talk about him today. Thank you, GL Ponchel, for gifting out a sub. This or that. Kaido King or Zabuza Haku? Oh. Oh, God. Okay. Oh. Very, very slightly Zabuza Haku, but Kaido and King are overall better characters. Maybe not King and Haku. King and Haku are pretty equal. But Kaido is a better character than Zabuza. But if the story continues, I have no doubt in my mind, for Kaido, I have no doubt in my mind that Kaido and King will be better. Hello, 9 Lives. Say one nice thing about Lion from Fire Emblem Sacred Stone. I'm not gonna lie, I never want to lie to you guys. I don't remember who that is. One sec. Oh! Okay. He was kind of crazy, right? I played Sacred Stones like 10 years ago, so I don't remember very well. No, I think he was one of my first forays into this sort of crazy scientist, if I'm remembering correctly. Sort of character with heart. So I really appreciated that. I don't know. I think it added a really cool dimension to Sacred Stones, but I am plagiarizing myself a little bit because I don't remember exactly. I just hit Chapter 16 of Remake. Should I stop here? Up to you, but it would be cool to watch it with you. But up to you. It's, you know how much you want to do. If we have a beefy evening session, I think we can finish it. But is tier 1.5 here too? I think I'll leave that up to as a surprise. I'm glad, Raph. Spoiled that Kaido's on the list. God damn it. God damn it. I make a 27-minute video about a character that is indeed on the list. Rated character dynamic, Kenny and Udi, double S. Top 5 brave statements you've made. Kaido is good. Poof is good. Death Note post L is good. Pez is ugly. Kaguya's good. That's true. Sakura's good. Speaking of which, say one nice thing about Sakura. Sakura has one of the best character arcs. One of the best and most deliberate character arcs in Naruto. Yeah, I'll show you guys the list. Yeah, here. Honorable mentions. You might want to just pause the VOD from yesterday to check all of them. Because there's a lot. There's a lot here. Enjoy the VOD, Kurtman. All honorable mentions are also on Discord, yes. There are a couple of ones I added yesterday, but the bulk of them are there. And then here's a list. I'll just have it on screen. Thank you, Stoof, for the 5 months. Here for Who's Who to take top 1 Antag. So true. I love my racist, casual racist, but also obsessed with mythological figures, King. Oh, oh god, you're gonna clip it. Oh, shit. Say one nice thing about Cypher. I think he has an incredible amount of... not an incredible amount, sorry. A decent amount of nuance in the tiny details in the story that I think really substantiate his character and make him better than you would think so otherwise. Like, for example, him clapping for Squall. I really, really love that moment. So I think he does really well with the little details, which is pretty characteristic of FF8. Barca versus PSG, Barca. Then I'm gonna scroll up. Did I miss any? I think that might be it. Andres just asked, top 5, top 15 antagonists of all time. I don't know, so I guess this list will answer your question. Here's the next tier. No problem, Jellytack. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Cyrus is awesome. Did you play Dragon Quest XI? That is the really, really good one, right? I get the... Call me stupid, but I get the numbers mixed up. Yes, that is the really, really good one. Yes, I played it, and it's awesome. Oh, me too, Trish. Akashi! Every DQ game is really good. All the ones I played are really good for sure. But 11 is just a little different. Oh no, not this song. Yep, we got a hey hey hey. Except for the music, I agree, the music is just, like, decent. It got a little stale for me, but everything else is amazing. I didn't like... Well, we'll talk about it. Shit. Okay, it's an honorable mention. Sorry, I spoiled the top 100 fiction. It's an honorable mention. Dragon Quest XI, I didn't like the stuff right at the end. You know, not the end, but the end. As much, and felt it undercut some things, but overall, still, it's an awesome game. Act 3, yeah. Yeah, it's not too bad. And this is where we ended up. Hamdaj asked, do you plan on releasing vids as surprises again, or was that a one-off? Not the content, but releasing it out of nowhere. I don't plan on it. Like, I don't have it as a plan, but I wouldn't rule it out. I've never heard you talk about it. I think I tweeted about it a decent amount. Yeah, it's really good. It's like an extremely strong 8 out of 10 or so. And it would be a 9 if just it polished up a couple things, if the music was a little better. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of the third act. Is Takumi a Dave Core character? I don't even know what Dave Core is. Me neither. So, I don't know. But he's amazing, so... Probably. Maybe. Yeah, and that's what I played it on, Raf. Anyways, shall we start? We have 66 characters to talk about today. And we have bets. We also have bets. Not right away, but... Alright. Number 66, Sephiroth. Final Fantasy VII franchise. Up 7, which is huge for this list. Gigantic for this list. And actually, I dare not say much about Sephiroth. What I will say is my conception of the character and my the concepts and the themes and the way I think about him was elevated quite a lot from Rebirth. But I have a video that will be released on Rebirth in the future where I'll talk about him a ton, so I don't want to spoil anything. To beat the minus 30 and get plus 7, right. I'm glad, Andres. Yeah, he's obviously in the original FF7, he really is like a horror movie villain. Very, very quiet and minimalistic and lots of presence on the narrative without saying much. Like, he hardly talks in OG. But things are different in Remake and Rebirth for very, very understandable reasons, considering the context of his character and his role in the plot. I talked about that in my Remake video a little bit. But anyways, Rebirth elevated him quite a bit for reasons that I will not get into. But I was quite pleased with Sephiroth. I'm glad you enjoyed it, Ahmed. Is this Sephiroth's best game so far? I would say the original 7 is probably Sephiroth's best game so far. But it was really good. Like, I will say a lot of this rise is due to my theories. Would you say he's better in Rebirth than Remake? I'd say he's about the same in terms of overall quality. No, Pepino. I think the original 7... I think when the re-trilogy is finished, that'll be overall the best story for Sephiroth. But the original 7, for laying the foundations of his thematics, his presence, his role, his association with Cloud and Zack and all that stuff, it's the OG, and it laid all the groundwork. And I think Rebirth and Remake elevate him and make him more interesting. But I don't think... But I think the establishment is the most important part. Yeah, I think it's... Just because it's a full comprehensive picture of who he is, Hannah. Whereas I don't have the full picture yet with Remake and Rebirth, so it's hard to conclude. I agree, Andres. I totally agree. Maybe you can drop some thoughts sometime. Both, Burly Shark. Do you think some of the compilation made him worse? I don't think so. No, I don't think so. Yeah, I think... I don't remember him in Advent Children much in terms of... because it's been years since I saw that. But I think his role in that is really a great link to a lot of lore things in Remake and Rebirth, and his role in Remake and Rebirth. So yeah, in terms of from a writing perspective, I don't think anything about him is really negative. Is there any discussion on people's favorite Soulsborne games in your Discord? Probably. It's probably happened. I don't know. You can check yourself. You can start it. I answered your question, Burly Shark. Next. A billion times? There you go. Suguru Geto, Jujutsu Kaisen. One of the absolute best characters in Jujutsu Kaisen. One of my favorite. I think he's my third favorite. No, fourth favorite? I think he's my fourth favorite. Which is incredible considering the amount of importance he has in the narrative and the amount of emotions tied to him. Despite him actually, like, it actually seems he went down to fourth? Around there. Sukuna over Geto is so sick? He might not be. Thoughts on Geto in JJK? Sorry, in JJK 0? I think it's a little bit over the top, but not in a way that really takes away from my enjoyment. Like, I've seen people criticize it for being overly goofy. I've never really felt that way, but I can see it. I can see it a little bit. I cannot say, Hannah. I cannot say just yet. That's crazy that Kenjaku and Mahito are much lower in my opinion. Why? I also have a video on Geto. I'll answer that in a little bit, Hannah. Thank you, Javen, for the 27 months. Thank you so much. So yeah, Geto, I guess a little bit over the top, but not in a way that really felt inorganic. Pre-possession Geto or post-possession Geto? Possession? I think there's only one. Anyway, Hidden Inventory is in the conversation for the best arc in the series, and a lot of that is due to Geto's character arc and a lot of the little details that make his qualms with Sorcerer Society so substantial and interesting. His dynamic with Gojo is, I still think, among the best, if not the best in the series. Incredibly tragic. And yeah, very deceptive. Very deceptively complicated. That's cool, Downpour. I've seen it a little bit. Anime Hidden Inventory. Anime did elevate Hidden Inventory for me. So yeah, and the thing is, like, in my opinion, every step of his downward spiral, like, I've seen it criticized, like, some of it is a bit of a jump, or it doesn't make sense. To me, every step of it is completely authentic and substantial and in keeping with the tone of his character and who he is. There are so many different facets that accumulate that cause his change in stance, I guess, you could say. It's not any one thing, and I think too often he gets portrayed as one thing. but it's just a bunch of factors. Isolation, the circumstances of the jobs he takes, the resentment that boils over. Do you think there was ever a world where he would have not been disillusioned with the Jujutsu world? With the Jujutsu world as it is, no. Doflamingo has not been mentioned on the list. Hello, Hugs. Hello, Hugs. Me too, Elijah. Me too. Hidden inventory is so good. I see that for sure, Dai. Yeah. 21 months. Can you spoil who is number 21? No. Thank you, Zalmaza, for the 21 months. You will know who is number 21 a little bit later. Has the final Antag in Persona 3 been mentioned yet? No. Next on the list, I've also, like, as is pinned, thank you, mods, I made a video about him as well. So, that's out there too. Hello, Holly. I hope to feel the same, Weaver. Let me spoil this. There is no Persona 3 antagonist on this list. I really like all of them, not quite enough for them to be favorites. But I'm hoping Reload changes that. Sorry, Hannah. I'm hoping Reload changes that. That would be really cool. Sorry, Takai's in the honorable mentions. Outside of that, yes. Nyx is really cool, but I think I need a bit more of a connection. For it to feel something beyond symbolic. I don't know, I need more of a connection. There has been no one for Persona 5 mentioned yet, Downpour. Will there be? We'll see. That's cool, Sam. I may look into that when I finish Reload. Next is... Oh, man. I'm a morally bad person for putting this character on my list. Probably not. Probably not next level meta. Me too? Nothing wrong with putting gay people on the Antag list? True. In fact, the 3 we've talked about today are all gay. No, I don't, Weaver. I don't. Jun Oda. One of the most fascinating psychologies in the entirety of the Yakuza series. One of the most sort of interesting in that and how doomed he is. How hopeless his situation is. Considering his motives, and the depths of depravity he is willing to sink in service of a goal that is honestly futile. It's really, really an emotional concept of a character that's communicated so beautifully. He's voiced... I love his voice actor. Fantastic. His relationship with Tachibana is incredibly good. And just all around, coming to understand the type of person he is and his psychology was a joy in Yakuza 0. He is absolutely one of my favorite characters in Yakuza 0, and Yakuza in general, to this day, even at the end of 6. He's amazing. He's amazing. I adore him. Next... Wait, I'm expecting a huge drop? 15 is pretty fucking high, so I expect the drop to happen down soon. Why are you expecting a drop? I'm interested. Have I said anything that alludes to a drop? Internet went out. Am I still streaming? Am I still streaming? Is your internet or mine? Okay, it's just Trish. Okay. Yeah, it's really interesting, Dave. Because he views him as this light, and then in turn, the Tachibana stuff. viewing himself, he does not view himself that way at all. And it's interesting because he is just so, he has a blind spot in Oda. He wishes for these intimate connections that Kiryu has, for example. And he says, I don't have any of that. He really could. He really could. But he doesn't see it for so many reasons. And, you know, I've seen some argue that he doesn't, like, Oda doesn't deserve for him to see it, considering what he did. And I think that's a fair stance to make, which is just great writing all around. For sure, Ray, for sure. Oh, I see, Celestica. Well, we'll see. Tachibana Oda kind of like Kaido King? A little bit. Next, a drop that isn't really much of a drop. Shinsuke Takasugi from Gintama. I think my third favorite Gintama character. Amazing. One of my favorite roles from Koyasu. He's still quite high. Thank you, Weaver. Thank you very much. Kind of a rise, yeah. I love Takasugi. I love him. I've talked about him tons. Nothing really new that I've discovered, but just generally, one of the best relationships in the series with Gintoki, an incredible sort of backstory and past that informs the way he is right now, the contrast in motives, in the way he views the world compared to Gintoki, while not at all, I think the way he views the world is very justifiable, like it's very understandable. Not everyone is like Gintoki, considering what they've all gone through. And I think most people would feel the way that Takasugi feels about the world. Gintoki's just one of a kind in that way. And so seeing him struggle to stick with his worldview, because it just feels so right, and he can't really see much else in the world, is incredibly hard-hitting and profound, and I adore him. Another gay person? So true. 4 gays in a row. Let's do it. Yeah, Takasugi really does make Gintoki tick. He's awesome. I also kind of talked about him in my big Gintama video. And we have a new addition next. The rest of the anti-list is gay people, actually? Is this one? Is this new addition gay? We shall see. Charlotte Katakuri from One Piece. Incredible character. Incredible character. You guys saw my relationship with him, with his character, as more details about him slowly got revealed throughout his fight with Luffy, which I think it might be still my favorite fight in the series. In terms of the fight, not my favorite arc, not my favorite character, but in terms of the actual fight and the revelations from it, it might be my favorite in the series still. He's an incredible character. Katakuri is amazing. And all the themes with... I talked about it a lot in my Whole Cake Island video in those VODs, but with Luffy having him... respecting his tendency to hide himself, but also kind of saying through combat to embrace who he is. How he hid that for the protection of those he cares about, but through Brûlé had this hope, you know, for being able to honestly live. True, Twitch is smelly. Hey, Toomey. Also, voiced by Sugita, peak. He's amazing. Luffy's growth throughout the fight, but also how Luffy, the warrior of liberation, saves Katakuri from the life he's forced himself to live because of the environment he grew up in. Right. Luffy throughout is able to help free, or offer the path to freedom at least, to a bunch of characters that need it in one way or another. Katakuri's a huge one, and I love the nuance and richness in the last interaction he has with Luffy. Like, he needed to be strong. He can never show... He can never, lay on his back, lay on whatever on his back, but does, and ultimately his words about Luffy and asking about him taking down Big Mom, and you don't really know. I don't believe there's a clear answer about whether or not he wants Luffy to, or hopes for him to, but nonetheless he is invested. Yeah, he's invested and he believes that Luffy will do it. As alluded to through the line, you're looking pretty far into the future. Save her from herself? Yeah, I could see that for sure. Kaido 1.0, there's a lot, I really do feel that there's a lot in Katakuri's writing that alludes to what Oda would do with Kaido later. Yes, yeah. A lot of, like what Trish says, a lot of One Piece is about the idea of coward's wounds, with Zoro, with Whitebeard, and there's a really interesting inverse, or like, relationship with that theme with Katakuri. The last minute dynamic with Brule, so good. Next... I'm sorry, Natalie. I'm sorry, Natalie. He's very high. Like, getting into this tier 4, incredibly high. Like, I was so surprised. He was my favorite was he? No, he wasn't. He was always close, but, like, he's still really close to my top One Piece characters, and I was shocked by how good he was. I love Katakuri. Congrats, Natalie. Someone cooked well about how Katakuri and King are like opposites. Huh. With their relationship to, Yeah, I see what you mean. Some people think Luffy needs to go back to Whole Cake Island to beat Big Mom, but I think Katakuri and the family coming back to get pudding from Blackbeard would be cinema. That would be really cool. I don't think that's needed at all. Also, I don't think she is, but Big Mom is not doing well, so she could conceivably just not return. I don't think so, but it's a possibility. Sengoku Nareko, Monogatari series. One of my favorite examples of a unreliable narrator through her arcs. One of the most interesting psychologies in Monogatari as a series, and ultimately somehow concludes cohesively in a way that doesn't feel like tacked on or anything, with the beauty of storytelling and the volatility of it, and the bravery you have at putting yourself out there and expressing yourself. Her dynamic with Kaiki is absolutely beautiful in Hitagi End. I really hope so, Johnny. It really seems like she'll get a decent amount of focus going forward. So yeah, I really can't wait. I hope we get even more. And honestly, the more Monogatari we get, I might have to take her off this list, because she's, as it stands, I could definitely see arguing that she's not an antagonist. I put her there because it's pretty close, but the more of the series we get, her complexion on the series overall might feel like antagonism doesn't quite fit. Oki Yoshino has not been mentioned, true. Now, next is, do you consider Kaiki an antagonist? I do not. Favorite arc in Monogatari? It's really close between Koyomi Vamp, Zoku Owari, whatever it's called, and the end of Owari Season 2, and Mayoi Jiangshi. And Hitagi En to round up my top 5. That's my top 5. I don't know what my favorite is. But those are my top 5. Koyomi Reverse. Yeah, Koyomi Reverse. Yeah, that one's amazing. Gaara? I do not consider Gaara an antagonist. The next character on this is... I wonder if anyone will be able to guess this. A new edition... Oh, no, sorry, not an... No, are they? I don't know if they are. But one of the most complex psychologies on this list, one of the most efficient characters, and someone for whom I have a really intimate relationship with, and I'm intimate with this character. Are they gay? I don't know. I don't know. Biggest rise so far? Biggest rise so far? I won't, top 5 of anything. Varys, so true to me. Top 60, Varys in the top 60. Up 40. Up 40. Now, I won't get into super crazy, spoilers, but what I will say is that I adore this character's psychology. I love picking it apart. I did so on streams. I'm one of this character's biggest fans. I love Varys. Then we got to a point where I felt like Rufus Shinra? What about Rufus Shinra? Are they gay is so funny? Yeah. That'll be the question with all of these. Then we got to a point. We got to a point in the story where I'm like, ooh, I think that's a big mistake. I think there was some bad writing associated with the character. But then they went and made it peak. Ishikawa. Arigato. I did. I've read all the short stories, I think. Zeneman. And they actually made the stuff that I thought was bad actually really, really meaningful and contributory and cohesive with the rest of his writing. Varys is amazing. It really is, Andres. If you're asking if Rufus Shinra is on the list, he is. He's at 149. So Varys, I think that's the biggest rise. The biggest rise of characters who were formerly on the list. There's so much in the subtext. There's so many paradoxes in his psychology. I love him so much. And, I was thinking, like, is he this high? Yeah, he is. He's so good. Oh, that's awesome, Hugs. That's awesome. Thank you, Spaced, for the 4 months with Prime. Thank you so much. Essentially a plus 70. Who is next? Into the top 60. A character that was actually just mentioned. Do you generally prefer protagonists or antagonists? I don't have a preference. It all depends. Ogi Oshino. One of my favorite Monogatari characters, as well, along there with Nariko. I think what makes them shine is the sort of sins and darkness and guilt and insecurities that are reflected through them of Araragi in a really profound, honest way. They're really symbolic in a way that I think is really true to life and indicative of Araragi's psychology. And it just leads to these emotional situations that are so incredibly powerful. And really, really, yeah, Ogi's one of those characters that keeps you guessing, and you're like, what is their role? Like, what is actually going on? And I always love that. Who's my Monogatari top 5? Shinobu, easy number 1, beyond so far, so clear. Shinobu. Kaiki, I'm thinking Hanekawa, Ogi, Nariko, or Sodachi, and then close behind is Araragi and Hitagi. I like Kambudu a lot, but she'd probably be around 10, 11. The parlay to me. Varys fits so well into like the structure of the plot and some of the undercurrents of 14 as a story so perfectly. He's incredibly rewarding to think about. Guys, me and Andres have talked late into the night about Varys and the paradox of his psychology and who he is as a person. And it's so rewarding. People think it's a cop-out to say, you know, the more you think about this character, the better they are. But it's not. It's not. It really isn't. These writers are writers for a reason, man. Rank Araragi without the sus? I cannot. Unfortunately, I cannot. Andres is squirming, yeah. A representation of the reader? True, so true. Yeah, I had no clue. But I love Ogi. Ogi's a magnificent character. I got dragged on Twitter for, I think, saying that I liked them more than, slightly more than Araragi. I got dragged like mad. So people are very, anyway, that's just a segue to say the Monogatari fandom is quite passionate. But yeah, Ogi's amazing. My bad, bro. I don't think that was you. I don't think that was you. Crollo's the one for me. Crollo's absolutely in that category. My bad. It's all right. It's all right. Okay. Is there a bet soon? Ooh. Okay. We'll do a bet with 56 and 55. But 58 is one of the most iconic and, in my mind, impressive video game characters ever. Andrew Ryan from BioShock. Beautifully characterized indirectly through the way in which the setting is... Like, the more you learn about Rapture and the setting of BioShock, the better Andrew Ryan gets. His philosophies and this failed utopia, the allusions to Ayn Rand and how he compromises on his own ideals for results down the line, and how you piece together the history of the setting. It's magnificent. It's amazing. Would you kindly tell us about him? Good God. Which tier do you think Kaiki would be in? This one? This one, or maybe tier 3? His philosophy is etched into every just molecule of Rapture. You walk the streets and you hear his propaganda, so you get such a four-dimensional picture of who the man is before even really properly meeting him. And you learn about his downfall and his hubris and his conviction or lack thereof when it comes to his ideals. And it's just so, I love learning about him. He's not an emotional character, but he really gets you thinking in a way that not many can. His characters in the walls. Yeah, exactly. His hypocrisy, it ended up being, I think, like, it's an interesting mix. I think Ryan's hypocrisy, a mix of his hypocrisy and his inability to be flexible, which kind of feels paradoxical. But I think both of those are what contribute most to his downfall. And also just his general hubris and tunnel vision and naivete when it comes to certain aspects, because, like, it was... The way he proposed Rapture was never going to succeed. Thank you for the follows. Thank you for the follows, guys. Exactly, exactly. You see down the line as Elijah, as he adheres to it less and less and compromises for the sake of results. Hey, Weston. Sorry, one sec. Hello, Y-Wing. Yeah, Gaunter was yesterday. Have any Naruto characters appeared yet? Below. Not today. Not from 66 to 58, but below. Earlier there were. There were, yes. Next. Oh, my rat. My absolute rat. This is... A lot of the reason I love this character, Erika Furudo, is a lot of the reasons I love Poof. Though, really different. But I think it's really interesting, because I think... she's the perfect... She is the perfect... I've been saying this a lot, but... very antithetical to... the perfect thematic antithesis, but so incredibly... detestable in the way that she opposes so much of Umineko. Just devilish, like legitimately. This parasitic, toxic disease of a person. It's just incredible. But what I think, she would be quite a bit lower if not for little details that really add extra dimensions to her. Like, she had this conversation with, Dillinor about why she thinks the way she does about mysteries. And that did so much for her. This emotional basis for why she needs to go against everything. You were gifted a sub, Panda Man. You do love to hate Erika. She is one of those, absolutely. And she's so well written that it's like, you can't... she's so well written and presented that it's just like... you can't help but love hating her. Not for me, because, like I said, I don't hate characters. But in moments, I hate characters. So yeah, she definitely qualifies. The way she... oh my god, she had this battle of pride and shoved this little girl's nose in the dirt about whether magic exists. Like, that shit is so detestable. No, KC Fusion. Not so far. Burn Castell and Erika together, amazing. Oh, that sucks, Die. I'm sorry. The voice acting is so good. Next one. First bet of the day? First bet of the day? Let's do it. Two amazing anime-manga characters. Amazing anime-manga shonen antagonists. Ilimi Zoldyck from Hunter x Hunter. Or a fantastic, extremely strong new addition in Madara Uchiha from Naruto. This one's awesome. It fits, doesn't it, Andres? So, Ilumi, I have a video about him. I think his relationship with Killua is one of the most rich and amazing in the entire series. And Ilumi's incredibly subtextual. I've gone on record on saying he's the most subtextual in Hunter x Hunter and the most interpretive and rich for how much you try to get out of him in the series outside of Chrollo. And incredibly sad in a lot of ways. I absolutely love him. I think he's so good. I've seen incredibly like some of the biggest Hunter x Hunter fans I've ever seen, who've put him in like their top 5, and I think that's based. I love Ilumi. I think he's insanely good. The vote is not up yet. Or Madara Uchiha, for whom I will not say a huge amount in case of potential spoilers, but I'll just say that ending and showing his perspective, his relationship with the main theme of the work. Do I blow it all now in Madara? The dick riding, the aura, the conviction and yet regret, and the conflicting paradoxical feelings about humanity and why he does the things he does, was so great to learn about in Naruto. Anyways, sorry, I accidentally gave a speech for both before doing the thing. Which characters does AJ love more? Madara or Illumi? My fourth favorite Naruto character, based. I don't know what to vote anymore? Good. Good. I really like this bet. There's a really cool bet we'll do for 51 and 52 as well. This one's hard. Waiting for Hannah? Time's ticking. Yeah, we'll do another quick one with 51 and 52. So if you lose, no worries. I'm playing the numbers game? Okay, let's see. So 56% say Madara, and 44% say Illumi. And it's really interesting because these two characters are approached in such contrasting ways. The answer is... Madara. I try not to give much away in the way I explain both. Let's go. Congratulations, congratulations. The first bet of the day. I've been wrong on 6 predictions in a row. How's that even possible? I don't know. Fair, very fair, Hannah. I think the next one will be really interesting. You can... I'm really curious about how you'll vote on the next one, which will be, like, in a few minutes. Every bet with Hunter x Hunters has been against them. I'm doing them dirty? Am I? I didn't even realize. Okay, well, we might have to change that then. We'll see. We'll see. Hunter x Hunter drops? I'm really worried for the top 1 spot? Maybe you should be. I don't know. Pito lost, UP lost, Illumi lost. You're right. You're right. Sorry, we were. It's betting who's lower, not who's higher? No, it's betting who's higher. It's betting who's higher. Who do I love more? Hello, Thomas. Okay. Congrats. The answer was Madara. So 56%. 56-44. I love the split. Next up. Ooh. A character that is so AJ core, I will go to bat for them every day of the week, and I absolutely adore them. And, anyways, Twilight Princess Goat. Twilight Princess Goat. Another character I've talked about in a video. There is no character in video game history that is like Zant. The way he's characterized through his fights, what he represents, the way he's used, the way that he is a fraud. Hello, Mandela. Where did he place Orochimaru? Honorable mention. What's your take on Naoya from JJK? He's great. He's really good. I was thinking about putting him in honorable mentions, actually. I was thinking about that this morning. Thank you, Dave. Zant, and Zant is one of the best examples of characterization and storytelling through fights, and the way they're expressed through their fights. You know, he's such a fraud. He puts on this mask and he makes it seem like he is all fearsome and authoritative and powerful. But the moment you push him a little bit, he cracks. He is feeble. He is used by those with more true confidence and power than him. And that's so indicative of cycles of rises and falls and characters who are in similar positions that are used in such ways. Like, he's a very political character. And then that fraudulence and the way that he just has no backbone or substance to his character is shown beautifully through how he fights. He just copies a lot of things. He just wails around. He doesn't know what to do. He's incredible. Varus is the highest rise so far. I was considering putting Naoya on the list. I think whenever I reread his stuff, I'll think about it. We're talking about Zant. Zant may have set me on the path to fraud loving. He may have been influential. Exactly, Y-Wing. Incredible character. And only a 3 drop? Man, I love having just made videos about these characters, because I can just say, I've talked about them for years, so you can check out the video. Again. Which is why he's so peak, Elijah. Bleach frauds? Can't wait. Tomorrow? What's 70 to 75? You can check the VOD from yesterday or the VOD earlier today. Or I guess I could just scroll down. Well, I can scroll down really quick. That's where it is. That's what it is. There are 14 Endwalker stuff there, just so you know. Thank you, youngest big boy. Thank you so much for the 16 months with Prime. Next, Hannah, if you're there, if you haven't muted already for Twilight Princess stuff, this is FF9 stuff, so you might want to mute for this. I won't talk a lot about this character, but... and then come back for 51, 52, for the vote. Thank you, Ziggurat. Kuja, Final Fantasy IX. Am I for future Bleach entries? I hope they do get entries. I guess this would be, well, my second favorite non-14 Final Fantasy antagonist. Back-to-back gaming goats. Can you react to my music video? No, sorry. This, I think, he did the one-winged angel thing in a way that is, more, like, the one-winged angel part of Final Fantasy VII, I think is done similarly, but from an emotional, perspective with Kuja. And it all essentially comes down to this desire and thirst to live. And to form your own identity, separate from what is thrust onto you. That's a lot of things associated with Kuja, and, you know, one of the craziest designs of all time, but I kind of love it. I would say arguably the second best dynamic in the game with Zidane, and all around just magnificently executed and realized character. That's pretty much all I'll say about the character. Because I've talked about him a lot, and Dave has linked a video where I talk about him a lot, so I think we're pretty set. Me too, Waldo. Bet? Bet? This one's really fun. This one's really fun and topical. Hannah, are you here? Do you want to bet? Sukuna from Jujutsu Kaisen. Or Kaido from One Piece. Just outside the top 50. I'm a sick fuck? Oh, I know. What athlete do you think has a life story that would be a peak movie or series? Messi. Messi or Ronaldo? I'm not betting? Okay, I'll let this sit for a second. I just made a video about Kaido. So, yesterday. So I won't say a lot, but Kaido is one of my favorite instances of subtext and minimalism in presenting a character in a way that feeds into... hold on, one sec. I'll be right back. Let me go to the bathroom really quick. I'll let this hang here. Okay, sorry, we're so back. So, we got a pure shonen standoff right here. The purest of shonen standoffs. Two characters who love to fight. One quite a bit more tragic than the other. So Sukuna. With Sukuna... thank you, Hamdaj. They're also power scalingly debated. Oh, yeah? So with Kaido, someone who, like, one of the first examples I think of when it comes to a subtextual character who I love putting the breadcrumbs together, who is incredibly profound, incredibly telling about the themes of the series, very emotional conceptually, and beautifully presented. Like, everything, like, there's obviously pushback when you say that Kaido is amazing, but I don't think there's a point in his journey that feels inconsistent or not earned or that it doesn't make sense. Everything makes absolute sense, and his dynamic with Luffy is one of the best in the series. It tells you everything about the way to view life and why Kaido failed in comparison to the people like Luffy or Odin or Roger, stuff like that. He's a wonder of a character. I love him. And, like, yeah, guys, if you can't tell, we're into, like, the strong double S characters. Now, Sukuna, like I said, it wasn't until this past year I'm like, oh, he might actually be kind of goated. Like, he might actually be sick. I always thought he was good. Like, good, but I didn't really get him. But I've never seen a character, I don't think, that both is the thesis and antithesis for the themes of the series in a way. It's really weird and complex and conflicting. Thank you, Trish. Junichi Suabe, by the way, one of my favorite roles from Suabe, so that says a lot. But the little, like the stuff we were talking about that Hannah sent me about Cain and Abel with regards to Yuji and Sukuna. This way that there's just this sort of wrinkle in Sukuna's mind about Yuji, and how, you know, he consistently tells him that he doesn't care about him, that he's nothing, but if he really was nothing, would he even bother? Would he bother? I don't know. The loneliness that Gojo feels about strength. The main theme here that I'm talking about being the loneliness of strength, and what actually makes life worth living. Gojo is like Sukuna, but who laments his strength, and how he has, through his passion for combat and his strength, isolated himself, and he laments that, and to an extent regrets it. But, oh, me too, Hannah. But, with Sukuna, we have this person who doesn't regret it for a second, would choose that every second of the way, burn it all to cinders, and it shows true respect to those who deserve it, like Jogo. Like, man, he's incredible. And again, both being both a thesis and antithesis, I don't actually know how Gege's gonna end his story. I don't really know. Lots of different ways it could go. Sukuna calling Gojo for his name for the first time? Yeah, it's a meme now, but "You were magnificent" actually moved mountains. Yeah, selfishness and strength, I love that too. And Yuji consistently goes against it. Anyway, the dynamics with Sukuna are super good. Let us vote. Sukuna or I feel sick, have more cough syrup, or Kaido. I'm interested to see what the spread will be. I totally agree, Safwa. I totally agree. Like, I had a third eye awoken when me and Hannah were reading a specific chapter. I forget which one it was, 248 or something? No, I think it was earlier than that. It was way earlier than that, actually. What do we got? Yeah, we, like, ascended simultaneously. It was crazy. Kaido, you got this, Sukuna? Come on, Sukuna? Buy into the vid propaganda? Zero belief. Oh, I believe in Sukuna on this. Kaido goat, though? True. Kaido's very goat. What do we got? 67% say Kaido. 33% say Sukuna. H is a theming merchant. Sukuna's got this? Kaido's amazing thematically as well. So 65% say Kaido, 35% say Sukuna. The answer is... You said one single thing that made me vote a certain way. Is it possible? Both new additions, Sukuna just wins out. It is so possible. Congrats to the 35%. The minority wins. I fucking love both these characters. I love both these characters. And it just came back. It just came down to go with your heart. What does your heart say? My heart says Sukuna. However, I will say, big money, very nice. I will say that if Kaido's story continues, and it's achieved in a way that I think, Oda could go in the video in the direction I talked about in the video, I think he has a higher ceiling than Sukuna. So if Oda goes that direction, I think Kaido will end up higher when both stories are done. But as of right now, Sukuna stalks over the past year with him running the gauntlet in the manga, the insane animation. Right, yes! The fight against Maharaga, oh my god. Jogo, holy shit. And that is up to the top 50. We're into the top 50. Let me tweet it. Did I see the Blu-ray version? I saw clips of it. I didn't see it proper. Like, I didn't buy the Blu-ray. Sorry. Okay, top 50. I saw you put Kanjuro on the list, but not Orochi. Did you forget about him? Or do you not like him that much? You're asking me if I like Orochi? I'm one of Orochi's biggest fans in the world! He's in honorable mentions. He's right here. I've gushed more about Orochi than 95% of people. I know that for sure. But he's in the honorable mentions. Is Buggy on the list? No. Buggy's not an antagonist for me. I know a bigger fan than you, I believe. That's, like, I'm not absolutely the biggest fan. But I'm one of them. 4 Naruto antics in the top 50, you think? Why is there Kanjuro? Go to the explanation throughout the VODs and or yesterday's stream to know why. Kanjuro is an amazing character. It's Sarah? Oh, fair enough. 3 Yakuza antics in the top 50? You think? Number 50, the Joker, the Dark Knight. And thus rounds out our tier 4. I don't think there's much to say about the Joker. One of the greatest roles in any movie ever. R.I.P. Heath Ledger. One of the best performances, absolutely. To this day, my favorite superhero character. I don't know what you would call them, but endlessly interpretive, beautifully presented, so incredibly rich. What is there to say about the Joker? Hello, Sultan. You complete me in being the Joker being... That is very appropriate, isn't it? Yeah, I really don't have much to say. It's... he's a character that kind of speaks for himself. He's not that good in the comics? Well, I am talking just about... I am talking just about, the movie. Does that mean no Harvey Dent in this list? I guess we'll have to see. I guess we'll have to see. Next. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Tsukasa Sagawa, Yakuza 0. To this day, I saw the first season of maybe the first 2 seasons of Daredevil, Tarnished. To this day, one of the best characters in Yakuza. Again, very, very, very interpretive. It's so, you can get like 50 things from him saying one thing to Majima. This sort of simultaneous sort of care and yet twisted element to him, but also allegiances and ideas about the Yakuza culture, but overriding it all is a sort of heart, a heart and a care, I think, which really nails home his character as really emotional to me. Throughout the entire story, you're kind of wondering. There's symbolism and there's metaphors and, you know, in his story about the cat, like, who is he? You know, you go back and forth and trying to interpret this character and this sort of sick fuckness of him. But ultimately, what it ends on is the true essence of his character, which is someone who wanted Majima to be free. And go get him, Tiger, you know? And his conclusion shook me to my core. So yeah, Tsukasa Sagawa. I guess the second member of the top 50, but I hate my life, Hannah. I hate it. The final scene, the final scene is one of the best conclusions to a character arc in Yakuza, easily. Warding Majima against killing, right? Oh my god. Hey, Unlucky Emperor. Yeah, Kaido's super high. One of the an incredibly high new addition. Look at these new additions. 49, 52, 50, 51, 55, 62. Let's see. Uh-huh. Oops. Hearing the way you talk about so many of these antags makes me wonder if they are one. Well, only way to decide is to figure out for yourself, to experience the stories and then decide for yourself. Sagawa, I can definitely see the argument for Sagawa not being one. Burn-Castell, Umineko. Burn-Castell is essentially this personification of the painfulness and loneliness and agony of eternity and what that can do to a person. The sheer length someone would go to avoid having to just sit there with your thoughts forever, to avoid the loneliness and pain that eternity brings. This sadistic need for distraction is such an interesting character concept that works as this mechanical antagonistic force in Umineko that I just love so much. Back to the gaze, true. Burn-Castell is phenomenal, and again, similar to Erica, the little details like the allusions to her past and why she does the things she does, and why certain elements of her might feel inconsistent. because she really is incredibly volatile in how she interacts with the world, because she really just is bored. Like, but a pathological, lonely boredom that so ridden with doom and anxiety that she needs to do anything to avoid it. I think so as well, Ray. I think so as well. Moderation. I used to live in Bernkastel. Ayo. Okay. Oh my gosh, should I do another bet? Hold on, one sec. Let me think about something. That might be too many. That might be too many too soon. There's no such thing? Is Hank an antagonist? I can see arguments for both Hank being an antagonist and not being, but for me, he is not. Do it or else? Okay, hold on. Let me... Oop. I deleted something by accident. One sec. Okay, I'll do one between 45 and 46, I think? Hank from Breaking Bad. Yes, that's what someone was asking about. Yeah, we'll do 45 and 46. You know, we could do one for 45 and 46, and also for 43 and 44. We really could, because that's a pretty good one. No, we won't do that. We won't go that far. Okay, we'll do the next one, which is... Oh, sorry, the color's wrong. What you're saying is that we get 3 bets? You'll get one. You'll get one. Do all of them? Okay, let's start with this one. The high Q off. The high Q off. Has Doflamingo in place yet? Not yet, if he is on the list. This is deplorable. I'm sorry. They're both so perfect. This is true. You are correct. Ushijima Wakatoshi versus Shinsuke Kita from Haikyuu. Guys, I have talked about these two ad nauseum. If you want to see, wait, let me bring up the last year's ranking. Where they were last year? They were 30 and 31. They were right next to each other. So, Whatever. What do you think? What do you think? Do you want the character that, the character that, how do I put this? We have a character that I think is, the sort of shonen, the sort of specific shonen influence in Haikyuu that I love and am so glad exists, and who has dynamics all over the place, but it shows the sort of ideal, humble ideal of the professional athlete, in a way that I find incredibly inspiring? Or do you want a character whose lessons, quite literally changed my life? What do we think? But is, I think it's fair to say, less extensively written. Let's ask. Ushijima. Have your thoughts expanded or changed on them in the last year? No, not really. Not really. I love them just as much as I always have. I don't think about them any differently. I haven't learned new things, really. My love is swelling in my chest for them right now. I don't think much has changed. Ushijima or Aomine in terms of aura? I think you gotta give Kuroko no Basuke the aura, overall. But Ushijima has the biggest aura in Haikyuu, I think. I'm extremely confident. What do we got? Pretty close. Thank you, Let's Go. Thank you, Let's Go, for the 9 months with Prime. Thank you so much. Breaking Bad's Fly, top 1 antagonist. So true. Why'd you spoil? 47% say Kita. 47% say Kita, 53% say Ushijima. That is a spread I like to see. Okay. Fly honorable mention? Okay, the answer is... Wait, let me just make sure this is correct. Okay. Sorry to leave you in suspense. I gotta fix one thing. The formatting's all messed up. We're so back. Okay, we are now back. I promise I wasn't colluding the votes. Oh. Did I miss 47? No, sorry. It's 47 and 46. I had the vibes. I knew the vibes. You did. Also, you know how I was kind of stumbling in the last 2 or 3 minutes? It's because I fucked up. Kita's the winner. That is absolutely true. Absolutely true. But they are 45 and 46. They are not 46 and 47 because there is someone here that I didn't put. I just skipped past them because I was only thinking about the votes. These two characters are so near and dear to my heart. I've talked about them forever. Kita won out this time. I think his lessons and his beauty just went out a little bit. Anyways, number 47. Give me a sec. I don't want to spoil. Right, number 47. Let me show you who number 47 is. AG's formatting, top 1 antagonist. Sorry, I'm such a fraud. Number 47, Ryuji Goda, Yakuza Kiwami 2. Comfortably the best thing about Yakuza Kiwami 2. Ryuji in the mud? Never! Never! I just sped run to the vote, to the bet. Why are these two so particularly close for you consistently? They just are. I don't know. They're incredibly close in terms of quality and my connection to them, and have been for years. He is just so goddamn raw. He is so goddamn cool, with substance all over the place, an incredible dynamic with Kiryu. He's a little stupid, because a real man ought to be. And a really, I think, incredibly emotional, what could have been dynamic with Sayama. So true. With Sayama, which I find really well done. Like, I can understand if you think it's a little sloppy, I get it, but for me, it was pretty much exactly what it needed to be. And he's, honestly, a huge part of the reason that Kiwami 2 is a 4 out of 5 stars for me. Without him, man, that game is wild, and it would be quite a bit lower without him. I feel that, Hannah, yeah. I think it could have been absolutely masterful, and for me, just right now, it's very good. So it could have been done better with a bit more breadcrumbs for it. Kiwami 2 is, unironically, maybe the funniest game I've ever played. The finale VOD to my playthrough of Kiwami 2 is a movie. Oh, it would have Terada, true. I love Ryuji. I love him so much. Okay. I'm so vote-pilled. Are we wanting to do another? And then we won't have one for a little while. I'm so vote-pilled. Okay. Is Radon already there? There are no Soulsborne characters outside of Sekiro. Okay. Here's what we got. Flock Forrester. Attack on Titan. Elidibus versus Crollo vote? You think? Or Don Quixote do Flamingo from One Piece. Hello, Fiji. Thank you for the 26 months. Honestly, my appreciation for Flock just grows more and more every time I think about him. So, it's a little bit of a drop, but really a slight elevation considering the context of the list. Oh shit, it is real? Oh shit is real. Oh shit is real. So true. You know, the more you think about Flock, I think the richer and more beautifully written and presented Kensho Ono's best role he becomes. And he's through example an incredible antithesis of what all that Isayama is saying in the story while being allied with the protagonist. So it's an interesting dynamic, but without doubt an antagonist for me. And I think he's a great example of how just the tiniest changes through contrasting him with Jean, the tiniest changes in one's life and experiences can lead to these incredible cascading effects that lead you down such different paths. The volatility of that is really profound to me. True, Drunk Eldian, and the cult surrounding him is something to behold. The poll is not up yet, and Doflamingo is My second favorite character in One Piece, as of the last list we did, which is right at the end of Wano, with some of the best visual imagery I've seen in anything. You know, I'm just realizing, actually, these two are too low. These two are too low, but that's all right. We'll fix it in a second. I'll show you 44. Both of them are too low, yeah. Don Quixote, Doflamingo, some of the best visual imagery in all of One Piece, and in like the way in which elevation and height is used. Him being born into this situation, I've talked about it for ages in my Dressrosa stuff. Him being born into a situation where he just views people as lower than him. It is what he's born into. That is his perception of the world. If he lives in a world where people are not bowing to him, there is something wrong fundamentally with the world. It isn't that he believes it should be this way. He believes it is this way. That is the order of the world that he was born into. And if anything changes from that, then something is wrong, and something needs to be changed. And so you take that wrinkle, and the way he views his sort of subordinates and such, he cares for them. He absolutely cares for them, but it's this insane paradox where he cares about them, but still believes them to be inferior inherently, and a lot of them are okay with that, and that's just how he views things. The Corazon stuff, the Law stuff, when Luffy's fighting him and forces him to look up at him, oh, peak, unbelievable. Bellamy as Iron says, Doflamingo is a new addition, an incredibly strong new addition. Let's do the vote, but they're 42 and 43, not 44 and 43. Who does AJ love more? Doflamingo or Flock? Okay, it should be available. Why you keep adding the characters I just think about? I'm not sure what that means. But Doflamingo's a new character, a new addition. I have to rep One Piece again? Yeah, so just so you guys know, 44 is in between them. What do we got? Holy shit! Oh my god, that was incredibly lopsided. Now it's getting a tiny bit more even. I opened it up and it was 88% Flock. Now it's 78. Sorry, 80% Doflamingo. Scroll down. This is pretty much the most I can go. Okay. I actually don't know. Me neither, man. Okay, so 73% say Doflamingo. It's a little less lopsided than I thought at first. 27% say Flock. The answer is... Well, let me just put 44 first. Eggo from Xenoblade Chronicles. Another goat. Oh no, this is wrong! This is wrong! This is wrong, sorry! Sorry, this is wrong! This is wrong! I'm wrong! I'm wrong! I think this is wrong. Wait, is this wrong? Now I gotta think. Oh my god. This is wrong. It was wrong. The list was wrong. Refund? I know, I'm sorry. Should I just take this away? Should I just take this vote away? Because I played with your hearts. I didn't mean... I don't know why it's listed wrong here. Doflamingo is ahead of him. I can refund this. I can refund this. It's fine. I'll refund it. I'm such a clown. I'm such a clown. I'm so sorry. Spot 44 is doubled? Oh, I know. I know. We've been clowning. I was so excited about the bet and I fucked it up. Okay. Well, this is how it actually goes. Like this. Did I lose points? I don't know what to do. I don't know. I played with your hearts. I don't think I can vote again? No! Yes, you can! I showed you guys the wrong answer. You want proof? I can't... Okay, hold on. I need to show you proof. Hold on. I need to show you proof. This is the top of the list. What I showed you was the not edited... was a slightly outdated version. This is what I'm looking at. This is what I'm looking at. This, I think, should be 6. Where was Flock? Oh, no, that should be 4. That's okay, you can see 41, you're gonna see it anyway. You should do a vote for 40 and 41? Okay. I don't know what to do. I'll... Well, listen, the people who won... I don't know what to do with this vote. I see 31 from last year. That's okay. I'm a fraud, just like all my favorite fictional characters. Thank you, Dr. Krakow, for the 10 months. Thank you for subbing despite this disaster. Flamus, thank you for giving out a sub, too. Thank you. You guys are too kind. The boas, this or that, the boas that Dofi, Kaido, and Onigashima Law wear, or the marine coats? The first one. We'll scrap it, I'm sorry. I'm deleting and returning your points. I'm sorry, everyone that won. This is all my fault. It's all my fault. Anyways, number 41 is... This is all messed up. This is all old. Let me fix it. There we go. I think we're back. I just checked. Everything else is fine. It was just this section that was old and messed up. I'm sorry. Number 41's Kozame Kenma. I'm really sorry. In seriousness, guys, I feel really bad. I'm sorry. Does Blackbeard have the potential to make this list in the future? Blackbeard's already on the list. It's age over. I will make sure. I have... This is what I planned, guys. You know what I have planned for the top 10? Or, like, the bunch? The like, top 5? I'm gonna make you guys vote between 4 and 5 and the top 3. And I'm gonna make sure it's right. And there's gonna be bets before then, but... Like I just said 30 seconds ago, Burly Shark, Blackbeard is on the list. Do you see the Garbage Dump movie making Kenma go higher? I do. I absolutely do. I hope so. I hope so. I still, like, these are not drops. When we get to the top 40, 50, these 12, 13, 14, 15 drops are not really drops. Not really, unless otherwise stated. And it gets less and less. But, yeah, I love Kaido. I love Kenma just as much as I have before. Just as much as I always have. I think his character is sort of the big watershed moment for Hinata prior to a certain match that changes things irrevocably for him. I'm asking that, have you already done so, or are you going to? I answered that a minute ago, Burly Shark. Blackbeard is on the list. I answered that. Start from the beginning, Verver. It's so worth it. Yes, I always drop an accessible dock when I finish. Next, Asriel from Undertale. We were actually talking about him yesterday. My favorite character in Undertale, and one of my favorite examples, this absolutely magnificent character, one of my favorite examples of communicating and proving a point through combat. Like, you fight with him, and through fighting with him, you show him the true error of his ways and why the world why he shouldn't be viewing the world in the way he is, and why things are not quite as hopeless as he thinks they are. He's incredibly, incredibly emotional. I absolutely adore him. And I think it's the most gratifying thing in Undertale, to me, to sort of have this communication through combat with him. And at the end of it, show him the way forward and show him the light and give him hope. I think it's incredibly beautiful. I don't consider Sans an antagonist. I do not. But I definitely see, because of the structure of Undertale, why some would. I think of Asgore as one, particularly because of the emotional context of his character, where he just condemns himself to be this obstacle. Whereas I think the ways in which Sans is an antagonist isn't what I think of when it comes to the complexion of his entire character. Yes, Gio. I can scroll down to here, Elijah. That's about as much as I can do. If you want to see former ones, you can go back in the VOD. Let's see. What is next? Okay, this one is an actual drop. This one's an actual drop. Which is a bit of a theme, but nothing to really, like, see as a huge indictment on the series, but Cersei Lannister. I ultimately realized that, like, I had her as, like, a top 5 character in the series, and she's more of, like, top 10 to 10-15. Sorry, top 10 to 15. So still an absolutely amazing, masterful, borderline, like, close to, Triple S character. But don't quite love her as much today as I did in years past, just, I think, as a development of my tastes and things I value, and new antagonists and all that sort of thing. Katakuri 62, Kaido 52, Dofi 42. Really? That's true, isn't it? That's really cool. That character's name isn't... I'm not sure how to pronounce that, but Cersei. Cersei? One of those two. Top 5 characters who are the embodiment of hope. Luffy, Hinata, Ryder, Fate Zero, Iskandar. Oh man, I have a spoilery one from Endwalker. Blackbeard and Emu 32 and 22? Mayhaps. Crystal Exarch. Remember argument about what Luffy represents? No? I'm not sure what you mean, Soso Gamer. Did I say, And let's go. So a spoiler rerun from Endwalker, Exarch, Hinata, Luffy. Danganronpa, Makoto from Danganronpa. That's a cool shout. Katara, that's cool. I love the Makoto shout. Yeah, that's a great one. Let's go with that. Armin. Let's go with Armin. You could also say Madoka. I can see that for sure, Nora. I just haven't watched Madoka Magica in like 7 years, so that is my problem. So I couldn't say it confidently. Nagito? Oh, true. How did I not say Warrior of Light? Holy shit, I'm such a fraud. Can I do a plan to watch Redeem to make you rewatch it? You could, but I think I'm going to anyway, because Hannah hasn't seen it and Hannah's interested in seeing it, so I think we're going to see it eventually. I don't, Tom, I don't consider, Madoka, Nagito an antagonist. But if I did, he would absolutely be on this list and he'd be quite high. Hello, False Killer Boy. Does AG not consider them hopeful? No, they're one of the most hopeful. I just, for some reason, am a fraud. Great question. If you considered Kojiro one, how high would he be? Around here. He would be in this tier, I think. Would Nagito and Kokichi make the list if they were considered? Both of them, yeah. Mitsumi from Peak and Loafer is also very hopeful. This is true. Yeah, this tier, Sam. This tier. Next! Oh, I love this character. Oh my god. Oh, I love you. Magus from Chrono Trigger. Now, there is a sort of playthrough of Chrono Trigger going on with a bunch of people in the Discord server. So I won't say too much, because that'll spoil a bunch of you. But let me just say that he is one of the most resonant, you know, I just sit in silence and think about this characters ever, particularly through his relationship with the plot and how he applies to the plot and how your feelings on him and his feelings towards everything else are so dynamic, and this sort of conviction that among all else he will achieve his goal in a way that puts it above everything else, and he will sort of always yearn for it, always search for it, a slave to sentiment in a way. So yeah, Magus is a masterpiece of a character, and I hope everyone who's playing through it right now really enjoys him right now and continues to. Hello, Clown. Magus is my favorite character in Chrono Trigger, easily. Easily. Not even a question. Not even a question. Thank you for the follow. Oh, okay. I just realized Woods Rogers Rise? Well... It's over. I still love him. I still love him. Anyways, 37. Metal Gear Solid 3. A generational character from Metal Gear Solid 3. What an incredible character. Big Mom. My goat. No, it's really interesting because the boss in Metal Gear Solid 3 is a character who I think you could... She's a character that, if you just, like, do a bullet point of things she does and says, you could mistakenly think that she's a contradictory, like inconsistent as a character. But she really isn't at all. It's just that she has a lot of, she hopes for a world without conflict, and yet acts as this vehicle for it. But a big part of that is this self-hatred. Oh no, not the emotes. This not self-hatred. Self-condemnation, because she believes herself responsible in large part for a lot of the conflicts here, and as a result resigns herself to being just a tool, giving up her heart for the sake of all this, but having this immense hope that the torch she passes on will be carried forward in a way that is loyal to who she is and who she believes her protege is. Naked Snake. Hey, Sebastian. Hello, Claire. There's a scene where she just sees the Earth from space and realizes how small everything is and how beautiful everything is, and how this is something worth preserving, and that her love for battle was entirely misplaced, and she wants to work towards putting a stop to the eternality of war, but ultimately gets used in a way that completely misrepresents the type of person she was and disgraces her. And it's just so tragic and meaningful, and she's just the perfect character for the story, the wonderful, beautiful, poetic story that is Metal Gear Solid 3. And she made the lesbians in Chat go wild. Very true. Hey, Slick Six. I hope best of luck on however it was, but congrats for finishing it. A true patriot, yep. Another gay. Depends. An incredibly high new entry there. She's for the gays, this is true. It destroys me every time, Nora. Next. Another character incredibly near and dear to my heart. Sorry about that. You can check the VOD, Jonah. Morgana from The House in Fata Morgana and A Requiem for Innocence, which does quite a bit for her. Get you a character who can do both. A character who is incredibly menacing and seemingly like an evil presence and ominous and terrifying and scary. I also believe that cat is a little evil. True. Morgana's next. But who is given these layers that make her so easy to connect with and sensitive and sweet and just full of she's just one of those characters you just want better for. Is essential to A Requiem for Innocence, A House in Fata Morgana main game, and is my second favorite character in one of my favorite stories, so absolutely adore her. How much time would you recommend to wait before playing Requiem for Innocence? I started it right away, but if you feel like you need a break because it is a heavy story, take a few weeks maybe, but I started it right away. No, Sebastian. I actually think that I don't like to think of them that way, and not for the reasons you might assume. I think that there's a lot of hurdles to get over before that can be conceptualized. There are a lot of things to work through. A lot like Guts, yeah, Drunk Eldian. Is it heavy in the sense that it can be triggering? Absolutely. A House in Fata Morgana is an incredibly dark, disturbing in terms of the subject matter, and also in terms of the emotions. So definitely trigger warnings, for sure. Michelle is still my favorite in the story. Next, into the top 35, we have a brand new entry. Again, like, they just keep coming, huh? Nishiki? Pain? No, it's too early for Nishiki, you think? Interesting. The next is a Naruto character who people have already guessed. In a lot of ways, outside of Sasuke, also Hannah might want to mute. Outside of Sasuke, I think in a lot of ways, maybe thematically, the most intimate dynamic Naruto has with any character in the series, outside of Sasuke. A lot lower than you thought he'd be? Look at these characters, man. Okay, I think Hannah's muted, so I'll just say beautiful. None of the criticisms for this character hold any weight. And what I love, I said this in the Discord server a few weeks ago, what I love about Pain is that if you really conceptualize the Pain arc as, and Pain's change in perspective and decision, as not that he completely changed his mind totally out of nowhere on a whim, but rather he has been waiting his entire life due to Yahiko and just the way he views the world, but also stuff to do with Yahiko. He's been waiting his entire life to view the world that Naruto views it, but just hasn't had any evidence until the point where Naruto convinced him. And then once he had that evidence, he's like, "No, I see it. That was all he needed, because he just needed a shred, and Naruto provided it. The idea, the hope, not even the pure idea for how to change things, but the way of conceptualizing the world and hoping for more. The way Naruto phrases it really frees him. A Naruto arc tier list? I do. It's over here. You can check it out. The final thoughts. So yeah, Naruto arc rankings, character rankings, all that stuff. Naruto's an amazing symbol of hope. I didn't say him, but he's absolutely one of them. Did Edo Tensei elevate him? Not significantly. A little bit. Him and Naruto are absolutely cut from the same cloth. And Naruto says this a lot. Like, if I was born in this circumstance, maybe I wouldn't be able to do what I do. That applies to Pain. I think Naruto sees in him someone that he may not ever be able to forgive, he says this, but someone that was put into a circumstance that made doing what he did understandable. It's not that he didn't search. He absolutely searched until he couldn't search anymore. He turned every stone over. It's just that the unfortunate reality was that he didn't have Naruto with him during that search. The characters we're talking about right now are on the borderline of Triple S. So yeah, we had him at Triple S there. You can consider him as a light Triple S. All right, Claire. I don't know how Kaguya fit into it. Kaguya fits into it beautifully. You can check the VODs for that stuff. I went on a whole tangent about why Kaguya is incredibly fitting as the culmination and end to the conflict. But that's a whole other topic. Hey, Scarlet Kurta. The way he says that Jiraiya that he grew so much with his pain that he reached godhood. Yeah, it's incredibly lamentable, incredibly sad. Just a one-of-a-kind character, and I guess in my top 5? Top 6 for the series. Borderline top 5. Just amazing. amazing. Absolutely. Iconic, I think, for reasons apart from the core strength of his character. But, you know, people think of Nagato or Pain, and they think of the sort of Yahiko persona, but how appropriate is it that he embodies that through trying to transmit forth the image of Yahiko and bring and doing this in his name, doing what he couldn't because he just believed that his ideals were doomed to fail. But in the end, advocating for something that is more loyal to Yahiko than anything else. It's so good. It's so unbelievable. Oh, do you, Thomas? Is Struggler cooking? Well, let's see who's next. Okay, we'll do a vote for 30 and 31. But let's see who's next. A gigantic rise. A gigantic rise. You're guessing their tiers? Okay, so you got Nagato right? Oh, this is not gigantic as I thought. It's still big. Actually, it's gigantic. It's gigantic. It's gigantic, yeah. I thought it was like 30 or 40, but it is really in spirit. And that was through the culmination of the end of Succession and sort of rewatching Succession. I rewatched it with Hannah. I started Succession season 4 this morning. Cool. We will not spoil anything for season 4 then, but Logan Roy is you know, very. A lot of people tend to say that Succession is modern Shakespeare in a lot of the story beats, in a lot of the ways it tackles character flaws and character psychology and relationships and rise and falls and micropolitics and all that sort of thing. Logan Roy, I think, is the most Shakespearean Succession character. Hello, Hannah. Welcome back. I just said that there will be a bet between 30 and 31. I can mute? Okay. Since you said you'll mute, guys, if you don't want Succession Season 4 spoilers, mute for the next minute. I'll talk in chat when you can finish. Okay, we're muted. He is a Shakespearean actor, yes. So, the conflict of Season 4, Episode 3, again, mute if you don't want to hear spoilers for Succession. I'd rather not super explicitly Slick Six, because there are people in chat who are muting. I'll put it this way. So his death. Thank you, Darkside. Is one of the most the episode concerning his death is one of the most beautiful, brilliant episodes of anything I've ever seen. Through how conflicting it is, through the almost paradoxical emotions that the kids show, but the little details after it are so good. The video of Logan, just singing and having these simple joys. How he really did regret and miss his kids through how he alienated them from him, and how we learn about the specifics about his sister. Oh, I've rewatched this Slick Six, I love and / hate it. But we learn why he started having this meagerness, this weakness, through his brother, through Ewan. I think season 4 is actually ironically his best season. But because it helps, I think, make all 3 other seasons better through properly understanding him for his character. You're my number one boy. The smile, the paradoxical nature of him wanting his kids to succeed him, but also this meritocratic culture embedded in him that he passes on to them, such that he has to oppose them with everything he has. He's an overwhelmingly, incredibly nuanced and rich and well-written and well-acted character. And I know that, God, what's his name? I know that, what's the actor's name? Brian Cox. I know that Brian Cox says that things should have been different. This season shouldn't have been structured that way. I deleted that just in case of potential spoilers, Hamdash, but I totally agree. Brian Cox is not a fan of how the season was structured, but I think he's wrong. I think he's speaking a little selfishly in that way. Hello, Sarah. Hello, Sarah. Anyways, we are done with Succession spoilers. Logan Roy, masterful character. He did say that about season 4, yeah. We're so back. And that is the end of Tier 3. Yeah, me neither, Safwa. I totally disagree. There's no singing in this one. Man, have you ever thought about how Kiryu Kazuma is the greatest of all time? Number 33. We're gonna do a bet between 31 and 30. I hope you had a great day so far, Sarah. Frequently? Me too. Me too. Number 33. What is the color? Pariston Hill. Pariston Hill. Me about to do my nails as a tribute to Kiryu? Maybe. Mayhaps. Maybe. I love Pariston. I love him so much. We are in the big leagues. But this is, like, I think we got to Triple S around Morgana-ish. But, like, this is... everyone in this tier is Triple S. My God, he is... Oh. Okay, a driver's ready for update. No, thank you, not right now. What is there left to say? He does sort of gesture-like things, but is his dynamic with Jing one of the best in the series? Super, super gay, but super, super sexual in the way that the power dynamics are portrayed. In a way that's just so engaging and awesome and cool. And the gays are so back. His dynamic with Leorio really sort of shows how he is representative of all that Togashi criticizes of modern politics and government. I can't believe people don't read the manga and miss the Pariston Jing 3-chapter makeout session. You know, you're saying that? But that basically happens. That basically does happen. And yes, the way he gets gratification and joy through making people upset, through bothering them and frustrating them and making them hate him. And then he thinks, what'll he do to someone he likes? Oh, it's so goddamn good. And specifically, the one person he had such respect for and genuine admiration for, Netsudo, the sadness, the pure sadness that he's gone, and the desire to make the Hunters Association in his image. How he says that he'll unleash his wrath on Cheadle if she doesn't do it in a way loyal to who he was. My God, there is so much greatness to Pariston, and in such little time too. He's a top 10 character in Hunter x Hunter for me. Magnificent antagonist, one of my favorite shonen antagonists. He's just all around wonderful. Do you think Silva's comments of opponents being able to read each other's minds is similar with Jing and Pariston? To an extent. To an extent. He has a dynamic with Leorio? Absolutely. Absolutely. You can check out my videos on both Leorio and Pariston if you're interested. But basically, Togashi's thoughts about politics hinge on how both Leorio and Pariston are presented. And it's incredible. It's incredible. Election is amazing. It's a masterpiece. Speaking of sort of sick fucks, you know me and sick fucks. Izaya Orihara. One of the... I said something alluding to this earlier. One of the characters most... last week. One of the characters most reflective of the identity of Durarara as a series, and Ikebukuro as a setting. JYB's one of JYB's best roles. One of Hiroshi Kamiya's best roles, incredibly voiced in dub and sub. And what I love about him is he's kind of an enigma, another character I made a video about, that I don't fully understand him, but I think there are a lot of ways you can approach his character and try to understand why he does the things he does, why he's antagonistic to some, why he helps others. Most of all, he just loves the entropic, organic chaos of the human mind and how humans interact with one another and how cultures formed through coincidences and memetics and that sort of thing. He is just this ultimate jester, and I absolutely adore him. Thank you, Dave. The hot pot scene, interesting, Sam. I probably overlooked it to an extent. 90 sex. I love Isaiah so much. Bet, I think he's lonely. I think that's a very legitimate way to view him. I think to an extent he is. Though, does he conceptualize it that way? Well, I don't know. Nishiki hours, you think? Well, you'll see. Okay. This is a great bet. Another 31 before Nishiki? So true. Reiner Brown, Attack on Titan, or Zeke Yeager, Attack on Titan. God, I love these ones. AJ, why? Why not? I am a sick fuck. Go with your gut, people. Where were they last year? Zeke was 23, Reiner was 27. I'll say that both were slightly elevated by the Attack on Titan adaptation. And that's all I'll say. Who does AJ love more? Reiner or Zeke? AJ, a note-sniffing fan confirmed? No, but that's why he was elevated. Because, like, there are scenes because it wasn't as bad in the anime. And also, there are scenes, like, the way Zeke talks, the voice direction of Zeke talking to Armin in Paths, the scene where Jean and Reiner are both, like, they're trying to rescue each other and they're just looking into each other's eyes, like, oh my god. It's, both characters got some great material that slightly elevated them for me. Zeke was 91? What are we at? Reiner 30, Zeke 70. Okay. Hey, Wolfman. Thank you, Dave. I have made a video about Zeke as well. I'm sorry, Mandela. Going with the underdog? Let's see. Whoa! Okay. Interesting. Yeah, I think the way I describe it, Safwa... This music, oh my god. I think the way I describe it, Safwa, is that overall, I think I slightly preferred it in the manga, because I think some music choices were a bit weird. Or not weird, but didn't fully soak every bit of quality out of the scenes. But I do think the anime, the voice acting in the anime, some presentation aspects in the anime helped me appreciate the scene overall more. Yeah, me too, Drunk Eldian. It's an amazing combo. It's the Zeke and Armin combo is sort of Attack on Titan distilled and encapsulated. Think about Zeke's Dynamics, forget all about Reiner? How can I, though? Reiner's in my tier 2. AJ hates Hiroyuki Sawana. The thing is, I think the song they used was actually a Kota Yamamoto one. I might be wrong. But yes, I do hate him. I do hate him. Anyways, the answer is... the majority win. Is Pain the first Naruto Antag to make the list so far? No, no, no. There are a few honorable mentions. There's also Deidara, Donzo, Zabuza, Kabuto. Kabuto's in a pretty good spot. How's it going, Critty? Congrats for all the Zekers. Subsidy, yeah, honorable mention. Congrats to the majority. I thought it would be fun to put those two together. My first true loss, I feel. You can get him. The comeback is on, champ. I believe in you. I believe in you, superstar. Do you think this is sort of a Naruto honeymoon phase and some will be booted off next year? I mean, the one's low. If we have as many new Antags in this list next year as we did this year, then just due to simple math, the low ones maybe. But this is not a honeymoon phase. This has been several sustained months of thinking about these characters and loving them. It's... no. No. Not at all. Who do you think is more emotional as a character? Reiner. Reiner slightly. You are, Hannah. The thing is, I think Reiner's a more consistently emotional character than Zeke. However, there are moments of Zeke that just make me cry. Like, straight up cry. Season 4, Episode 2. Where his parents say that he's achieved so much. And Zeke says, not yet. The tone in his voice, the music, it just makes me cry every time. Grisha hugging him, yeah. So I think Zeke is very close. Both are incredibly emotional. Reiner's more consistently emotional for me. Zeke has these incredible emotional highs and peaks. The flashback, yeah. '29, we're into the top 30. Yeah, I wouldn't do a video on Reiner because I think a lot of his character's quite... I think he's pretty obvious. He's amazing. He's a masterpiece of a character, but I don't think there's much to talk about in a video. Zeke's might be the best Attack on Titan character? I disagree, but I think it's a base take. Zeke's amazing. Zeke is like top 5. That was a shame, Mandela, I agree. A half-assed piece of shit. Oh. So, the next one... God, I really do love Sick Fucks, huh? Emu was an honorable mention, yes. He's heartbreaking. The Marley arc does wonders for him, for Reiner. And it was a shame that they cut some stuff out. The next one. God, I love Sick Fucks. Oops. Gilgamesh. I can't lie, the first character I think of when I think of a jester. The crazy, predatory manipulation of Kirei that unleashes Kirei's inner monster. Properly contextualizes who Kirei is. One of the best dynamics in Fate Zero, without a doubt. But also just the sheer way that he views everything his God-given right. Like, I own everything. Him getting angry that Berserker made him stand on the same ground as him. That shit is so good. Oh my god. And I gotta say, I see a lot of people clowning on the dub for Gilgamesh. I love the dub. I think the dub is so good. I promise you this world will never bore you. His respect for Ryder, his respect for Iskandar, having watched him in both, I prefer the dub. Based, I think I do too. And I love his voice actor. I love Yota. Thank you, Nora. It's incredibly flirtatious. It's incredibly, like, condescending, seductive, yeah. It's all those things, and I just can't relate to thinking it's bad. But anyway, and his respect for Iskandar, and specifically Waver, saying that Waver is an admirable person, saying that he's worthy of respect, is, like, that is an encapsulation of the main themes of Fate Zero. Or one of the main points it's trying to make. He's also hot? True. Does UBW lower him a bit? I think he's far less interesting in after Fate Zero. So that's why I'm specifically counting him from Fate Zero in this. His loyalty is splendid. Oh my god. Oh man. Fate Zero has one of the best casts ever. Oh. Do I consider Shadow the Hedgehog an antagonist in Sonic Adventure 2? I do. Are there any things you like for him in Fate Stay Night? I think he's generally good in Fate Stay Night. There's nothing really that's a huge highlight for me. I think he's ultimately way less interesting, but still good. Like, he plays his role well, he functions well, but there's nothing about him that really sticks out. Sparing Waver, oh my god, I love it. Yeah, it's a really interesting mix where he's so unbelievably messed up, like you say, fucked up and twisted, but you can't help but put value on the things he says. He manipulates Kirei, he manipulates the war in general. The world is his paradise. Your loyalty's splendid. His promise that if Iskandar were to take part, come back to his battlefield, his worlds will never bore him. He'll take them on as many times as he'd like. He values true things, conflicting the fakers. Yeah, I like that as well. And the dynamic with Shiro in specifics, right? Because of Shiro's representation or dynamic with true and fake, and what is real. So I think that's good. That's probably the best thing about him. So that's worth mentioning, yeah. That's a cool thematic thing. He and Kirei were definitely fucking. Without a doubt. I just love the idea of him being in love with the world as much as he feels the world should love him. And there's an interesting sort of narcissism there, right? He wouldn't love the world if it wasn't made in his image. But also I think like there's bits that allude to him loving things that I don't know. He's really great. He's similar to Izaya in some ways, for sure. Eventually, Wolfman, I plan on playing the original Fire Emblem games, yeah. Do you guys want to vote? Hannah, I'm sorry to say, Hannah, you cannot see this vote. I'm really sorry. You can't do this vote. You can do one really shortly after this, but this would be a big spoiler for you. I'll message Hannah. I'll message you on Discord when this is done, and I'll put this off the screen. Okay? You'll find the point in living after this. We'll do this bet, 27-28. Then the next bet, I'll make sure you can do it. Can you say the series before? I do not want to. Okay. So, I'll put this on screen, then when I message Hannah to come back, I'll take it off screen. Okay. So, this is the vote. Juicy, huh? Juicy. I don't know, either of them. Let's go. Let's go. Gustavo Fring, Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul. Charles McGill, Better Call Saul. Which one is better? Well, which one is higher on my list? Begin voting. Not Precious Jimmy. Oh my. Oh. I've made videos on both these characters. I think that Gus and Walter's dynamic is unbelievably telling and indicative of the main themes of the series, having to do with essentially human pride. The parallels are all over the place. The way in which he embodies the way he hides in plain sight, and getting to know him throughout season 2 and 3 is so engaging. But you kind of get the man behind all of that to a greater extent in Better Call Saul, which I love. It fleshes him out a ton. And then with Chuck, with that, very different characters, with very different characters. With Chuck, just the most emotional, like so many amazingly nuanced elements to do with mental health, a tragedy in so many ways, but one of the most real, raw, rich dynamics in maybe my favorite in all of Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul, between the two brothers, between Jimmy and Chuck. It's definitely in the conversation for it, with so much conflicting, layered emotions having to do with two brothers, hatred, envy, anger, admiration, chicanery, as an episode. Do I like Chuck's conclusion? It is a amazing conclusion. Exactly, Weaver. Exactly. So 65% think Chuck is higher, 35% say Gus is higher. And I can't wait. So in our rewatch, we're on episode 8 of Better Call Saul. I cannot wait to re-experience it. I'm also dreading it, but... I want to believe in my goat. Though I'm slightly biased towards the second one, and by slightly I mean he's my favorite in Better Call Saul, so we'll... Okay, so the answer is... the winner takes all. The winner takes all. Charles McGill. Guys, I put out a video about my favorite Breaking Bad and Better Call Saul characters, like in the last year and a half. It's in tatters. That ranking does not exist anymore. It doesn't exist anymore. Congratulations to the winners. I was about to link it. It's a mess. It's a mess. Oh boy. It's peak. We're getting into the nitty-gritty, guys. These are the peakest of peak characters. Chuck is amazing. Like, literally, from the moment I met Chuck, there hasn't been a a time in my life where my appreciation for him hasn't gone up. Like, it just grows and grows and grows. Who loves their children more, Logan Roy or Olivia Soprano? Logan. It's not funny at all, Andres. It's heartbreaking. The music, I know. Let me DM... Wait, let me just make sure. Okay. I have another bet ready for Hannah. I got a DM. Is it not supposed to be funny? No. It's horrifying and awful and tragic. Next bet, right? We're gonna do another one right off the bat. Hoshiumi Korai from Haikyuu. Or... Speaking of Haikyuu... Life is worth living in, let's go. Hoshiumi or Atsumu? Nishiki's gonna be so damn high? How do you know Nishiki's on the list? There's a little bit of an Atsumu drop. Yeah, there's a little bit of an Atsumu drop. However, I think it's just that was more so of a rejig of my sensibilities, and he's still triple S. He's still tier 2, you know. But yeah, Hoshiumi or Atsumu. Let's do it. I'm never sensible at Atsumu, so true. so based. Which does AJ love more? Atsumu or Hoshiumi? Listen, I have a almost 40-minute long video about Atsumu. A shorter one about Hoshiumi. But I obviously love both pretty damn equally, more or less. I love the selflessness, the deceptive selflessness of Atsumu. Sorry, this music's loud. I love the deceptive selflessness of Atsumu. And there is no one that is more free and expressive and who loves volleyball more than him. And I think he's the greatest embodiment of that in the series. And the dynamic with Osamu, one of the best in the entire series. The whole Inadizaki support system. How he is just the most expressive. Like him, Bokuto, and Hinata, I look at as the trio of expressiveness on the court. Whereas Hoshiumi, the little giant dynamic, unbelievable. The dynamic with Hinata, this rivalry, the two who've long since known. Washijo, Hirugami. The declaration is set to Hinata, unbelievable. I don't know if I can morally vote one way. Well, we'll see. How did things go? 55% say... Ooh, look at this. 55% say Atsumu, 45% say Hoshiumi. Okay. I forgot to vote. It's a tough one. Where is the text? Where is the text? I've lost the text. It's around here somewhere. There we go. Atsumu. We're still back. Congratulations. Congratulations to 55%. My morals stand tall. Just like Hoshiumi. Andres, I feel you'll get more right down the line. Maybe the next one. Sorry, Soul Samurai. Sorry, Soul Samurai. Congrats, Sultan. Didn't even have my headphones on to hear you talk and just blindly voted for Atsumu. It's so easy. Hey, it works. It works. Absolutely. And what I love Safwa is that the human element to him in admitting that even I had believed, despite how high I've climbed, that there were limits, that there was only one way to doing what I've done. But through Hinata, he learns that there are no limits at all whatsoever. See ya, Gio. Next is a character that makes me cry. And you don't have to, like, shut off the stream or anything, Hannah, but you might not want to hear this. I think you should... Yeah. One of the strongest new entries in this list. Itachi Uchiha. Still on my shelf. Volume 43 on my shelf. One of the very best characters in Naruto. I would say... I think top 4 I have him? I do have him top 4. He is clearly different. I have not heard Crispin Freeman's Itachi. That's an interesting casting choice. I don't know how I'd... Like, it just sounds strange a little bit, but I'm sure it's peak. Itachi is like, he's a marvel of a character. He's an absolute marvel. It's shocking how good his and Sasuke's relationship and dynamic is. The sheer amount of love he has for him that he portrays through this in this contradictory way that he then says was misled. Like, he for some reason people think that Itachi's portrayed as some saint in the series when he himself says, I was wrong. Like, I am wrong. I did things the wrong way. But those flaws are what make him so wonderful. Like, the flaws in the midst of ideals and things he says that are so applicable and indicative of the main themes of the series. Connections with others, not barring oneself off from that. All the moments with Sasuke, I will love you always. Like, what the fuck? How does that relationship exist? It is it's my second favorite relationship and would be my favorite relationship in Naruto. My favorite relationship in 99% of series, but it just so happens that Naruto and Sasuke exist. The idea of perfection, like, I don't know exactly what you mean, Claire, but I agree in that the way that people perceive him, both in universe and on a meta aspect as well. Even if it's just an obstacle to overcome. I have a Itachi shirt. I wore it. I don't know how some people saw him as a saint. Some people say that the story portrays him as a saint when he's not, which is crazy. How he believes he's perfect, but perfection isn't real. Oh, yeah, I get what you mean. The things he says about reality as well, and illusions. He's just a marvel, man. He's just a marvel of a character. I adore him. I absolutely love him. And, you know, he coming to, like, be kind of scared of him and his aura in the beginning, to just crying at him over and over. What a journey. What a journey. Examining and exploring his character is one of my favorite things I've done on stream. The perfect shinobi doesn't have emotions? Right. When everything he did is based off of those emotions. His parents, yep. Yeah, the scene where his... Oh my god, that destroyed me. Where his dad said that he was proud of him. Oh. Oh my god. If number 23 wasn't so goated, I would be considering putting him higher. Oh god, guys, how does Itachi exist? Number 23. Kire Kotomine from the Fate series, including post Fate Zero, because I love him in Fate Zero. I think he's fantastic. His dynamic with Shiro in Fate Zero is so unbelievable. Heaven's Feel, so goddamn good. My favorite Crispin Freeman role, pretty easily. And I'm a fan of Crispin Freeman. Again, in the dub, fantastic. At first, you have this insane dynamic with Kiritsugu and Gilgamesh in Fate Zero. This sick and twisted stuff he does with Tokiomi and Rin with the dagger, my god, he's sick. And the slow realization of pleasure not being a sin, but his pleasure being this sick, the most sick fuck of sick fuck things. I love him. In Heaven's Feel, I haven't heard Crispin Freeman in Heaven's Feel. I only saw that in sub. I love Kirei. He's just unbelievable. And talking about Itachi made me go like, is he higher? But the moment I looked at Kirei, I said, no, I can't put Kirei lower. I will, Sam. Favorite Fate character? Based. He would be really high. He's not my favorite, I don't think, but he's really high. The depravity of the soul is an interesting development, how he initially struggles with it, but embraces it. And seeing it in Heaven's Feel is so damn good. It's honestly a writing masterstroke that they turned Kirei and who he was, and so organically made him into someone who had such an intimate dynamic with Shiro. And the way they just go shonen, fist to fist, oh my god. Hey, it's like, yeah, we talked about each one. But yeah, we're getting to the nitty-gritty. Yes, childlike, which is really interesting if you think about it. To battle is to the... Oh, was it really? I just changed it. Kirei or Rider? That's the question, isn't it? Gun to my head, I'd say Rider very slightly, but that's a big personal thing as well. Like, I think it's fair to say that, oh yeah, Itachi 24. I think it's fair to say that Kirei's... I think it's an incredibly fair thing to say that Kirei's the best written and presented Fate character. Like, I think it's incredibly fair. We'll see, Safwa. 22. Oh, Drunk Eldian, why are you asking me this? Oh my god. Okay, I'll put 22 on the screen while I think about it and ask you guys the same question. Yeah, it's so good. It's unbelievable, Dave. Like, his dynamic with Shiro is in the conversation for the best... his best, which is crazy considering the ones he has. Naruto and Sasuke dynamic or Guts and Griffith dynamic. I'm curious what you guys think. But I will put up number 22 in the meantime. My answer, okay. It's pretty split. Slightly Guts Griffith, I think. Cool. It's a great comparison because they're two of my favorite dynamics ever. But I think I'd say Griffith and Guts. But it's close. It's really close. Yeah, slightly Guts Griffith. So you hate Naruto? So true. Hate Naruto. Shogo Makishima, number 22. The embodiment of the human spirit, the love for the human spirit that is being suppressed and neutered in inhumane ways, and this crazy villain who has a point and makes his point in the most extreme, insane, violent ways, but then you could say from his perspective, how else do you get heard? There is a moment where there's this bloody handprint that he leaves on this rock in the finale, and that is to me an encapsulation of Shogo Makishima. He leaves this mark on the world that is loyal to what he wants to see in the world. Raw and honest human spirit, like a bloody handprint. And he does so through blood. He leaves a legacy on the world of what he believes it should be. And that's all you can do in a society like this. It's an incredible, incredible moment. Is it still in my mosaic? I hope so. Yeah, these moments in the end, looking at this sunset, just taking it all in, the music playing. Oh, sorry, it's not on the stone, it's on the ground. This right here. Like that is Makishima. Very true, Nora. Aren't you tired of being Catholic? But while also being criminally asymptomatic, he's just... My God, man. The embracing of the sky. It could be said that he himself is another part of the system. That's interesting. The setting kind of forced him into it. Do you think in normal circumstances he could have been an upstanding citizen? I think Makishima has very specific expectations for what a passable society should be. So I think if in a society where that he approves of wholly, I think he would be normal, but I think that society is impossible. The other top 100? I'm not sure which one you're referring to, but the protagonist is through this link. Too idealistic, yeah, and too hyper-specific to his sensibilities. Hey, Omnipotent. Has Takasugi from Gintama been placed? He was. 66, I believe? Or 65? Where is he? Scrolling. 63. If you want the 2023 list, you can check it through this. Makishima be like, we live in a society where people aren't even allowed to do murder anymore. People who watch Psychopaths, so true. Yeah, to be clear, I'm not... what I'm saying is that he has a point, but probably isn't a great guy. Just to be clear about that, in case I'm being too sympathetic. But yes. Me too, Software. That's why I kind of had to think about it for a second. If separating him from the story and the society, it's hard to do. AG loves murder? Yep. Wait till you see the characters coming up. Enjoy the video, Renji. I hope you like it. Do you prefer Gon Killua or Hinata Kageyama? Wouldn't you like to know? Wouldn't you like to know? Number 21. I was actually considering omitting this character from the list entirely because I'm not sure how I view them, if I view them as an antagonist anymore, but I said screw it, they're too good to not keep on here. Askeladd, Vinland Saga. Probably still to this day, my favorite, just about my favorite Vinland Saga character. Thorfinn's really close, and will probably surpass him eventually, but, yeah, I think the most complex, the most layered, with this stunning, absolutely stunning conclusion. I really, really love the presentation in the anime. Just all around a masterpiece of a character with, an origin that that informs his conviction. I don't know. I just think back to his episode with just let go already. Just let go. What an incredible mentor antagonistic figure. He is as important to Thorfinn as Thor's is. They are as important as one another through what they teach him. Go to where Thor's went, because I would never be able to. 100%, yeah, it's just, first Vinland Saga Antag on the list? Yes. Are you caught up? I think I'm 1 or 2 chapters behind. His backstory is incredible. What have you thought about the current Vinland Saga arc? I really like it. I think it's a return to form. I've seen some people say that it's like the peak of the series, like Farmland level, and I don't agree with that. I think I'd put it below Prologue and Farmland, but it's definitely closer to them than I forget the arc's name, but after chapter 100. So it's a return to form for sure. It's pretty fire. I've been enjoying it quite a lot. Baltic Sea, yes. A lot of really interesting... It's very interesting to think about the latest chapters. It's a lot of heady concepts. Would Canute or Kettle be close to the list or in honorable mentions? Kettle! Holy shit! Let me put Kettle on honorable mentions. Canute, for some reason, I have trouble conceptualizing as an antagonist. I really like Baltic Sea. I'm glad. I personally, I was not a fan. It was still good, but like not what I come to expect from Yukimura. Yeah, it's in this world that's been created, Critty, the way that they grapple with how to progress forward in it and have these debates internally, externally, it's really good. I think it's conceptually incredibly rich. Junior Soprano? No. Could you talk about why you like Roman more than Logan? I didn't say, I like Roman more than Logan. I might. It's really close. I probably do. I probably like Roman more than Logan. So, as for why? Kettle is pronounced more like Ketil. Pretty, to me, it's close enough. It's close enough. Kendall? Why I think Kendall's better than Logan? I don't necessarily think that he's better. I don't hear... Ketil? Okay, if it's Ketil, then I hear the difference there. I think there's so much... I think there's so little between Succession's best characters, specifically the top 4, Tom, Logan, Roman, and Kendall, that I hesitate to say that one is better than the other, but I do know which speak to me the most. And it's probably Roman, because of All the stuff I talked about last week. Oh, why I like Roman more than Kendall. Oh, yeah, I talked about that last week. You can check the VOD. It's on YouTube. Yeah, I talked about that there. I specifically talked about why I have him ahead of Kendall. Number 20. Another new addition. Who could it be? The GOAT? Top 20? No, there is no character that has driven me as insane as Obito. It's crazy how much is... Like, he has everything. He has absolutely everything. And, you know, for a certain portion of the story, you're just going insane because of this masked man who's gaslighting everyone, manipulating Sasuke. Who the hell are you? Just having this parallel journey with Naruto, just going absolutely crazy. Like, this is Obito, isn't it? Like, you guys had to be there for those streams. The level of engagement I had with this character, where I was like just trying to guess who he is and why he's doing this and his identity and his role and the way he sort of groomed Sasuke to be who he is. But then the way you have Madara laying the seeds for that in his psychology, I lost my shit. But then when you learn the actual foundational fundamentals, like everything, all the fundamentals for this character and how he got this way, start to finish, voiced by Megami Han. Like, oh my god. His relationship with Kakashi, one of the best in the series, incredibly, like, so much ugliness there, but so much warmth as well. Envy, bitterness, jealousy, inferiority complex, but also so much warmth, too. The relationship with Rin, and it wasn't just Rin that led him to do what he did. It wasn't just Rin. It was an accumulation of so many things, and what Rin represented. Are chatters saying that? Chatters. Oh yeah, the chatters are gaslighting me. How high would Junior be if he was here? He's not here, so like he's not on the list. Like maybe an honorable mention, maybe. And Tom from Succession isn't an Antag, otherwise he'd be here too. Otherwise they'd both be on the list. Sorry, otherwise Tom would be on the list. And then the core of his character is so utterly emotional and visceral, and this, like, the use of the spiral and the hell. I forget the exact line. This is hell. I'm in hell. I forget the exact line. But that chapter, the presentation of both anime and manga. I'm in hell. It's one of the most shocking, dark moments of any story ever. And it's just all incredible. It all contextualizes everything beautifully. And the Naruto parallels, and the stuff with Minato. And just like, man, Obito is a miracle of a character. You said the VOD for your reaction to Naruto manga was somewhere, or did I mishear? It's on Patreon. It's on Patreon. Yeah, honestly, Drunk Eldian, it is... I would say it's surprising to me that Obito is heavily slandered, but it's not, because it means, like, having... it means honestly approaching a work, and that's sometimes hard for internet. Hello, Natty. I hope you're feeling better. I think so. I think so, Tyke. I see what you mean. Tier 1.5? We'll see. Next character. Yeah, Sebastian. I always do. I always do when I finish. I just don't think Obito can be redeemed, and the story's trying to force me to feel sorry for him, and I don't. He crossed the line. Those two things work in, like, they don't contradict one another. Firstly, the story is not at all trying to say that he can be redeemed. I don't think at all. So I think I don't think the story is trying to say that. I think the story is trying to say that you can feel sympathetic for his circumstances without condemning him to be evil. Sorry, you can think of him as not evil. You can be sympathetic for his circumstances and why he got the way he did, but without excusing or redeeming him in any way. Now, if you don't feel sorry for what he as a kid experienced, that's a you thing. But the story is not at all trying to say that he's redeemable for the things he did, nor is it trying to say that him crossing the line is mutually exclusive with you feeling sorry for him. Like, that's the sort of thing. It's these weird false equivalencies that I think really cloud the discourse around the character, but... Anyways. Mods aren't helping. I forgive him. Obito did nothing wrong. So true. So true. Next antagonist. He makes me want to cry. He makes me want to die. Akira Nishikiyama. To this day, my third favorite Yakuza character. Welcome in now, Miria. Remember the days when you were full of optimism after Yakuza 0? I'm not sure what you mean. I thought Nishiki was... like, literally go back to episode 1 of my Yakuza series. I thought he was doomed. Like, I was picking up on... Like, that's why I think Nishiki is one of the best presented... I think Nishiki was one of the best presented characters in the series, because you can pick up on so much from just like the little inflections in his voice and the little expressions and the way he views things in contrast to the way Kiryu views things, and these little bits of anxiety and this like need to prove things. From the minute I saw Nishiki, I was worried about him. I spent the whole game worrying about Nishiki, and that was well founded because he is one of the saddest stories in the entire Yakuza series. And, you know, I think he's a little underappreciated. I do. I think he's a little underappreciated. Not enough people have him in, like, their upper echelon of Yakuza characters, and he is. He absolutely is. One of the best voice performances. Chapter 6 in Yakuza 0. Chapter 6 in Yakuza 0. My God, man. Oh. Yeah, that was a mistake, Edu. If you want to see... that was a mistake. Nishiki's my third favorite, yeah. I fixed it already. And Kiryu talking to him... This music's too happy. Kiryu talking to him about you can't just cry your way through this. You gotta have conviction. If this is what you're gonna do, you gotta have conviction. And then how it just spirals. And the reason him spiraling is a result of him losing the person he did all this for. But the person who sacrifices himself for Nishiki, his absence is in large part of what causes him to become what he does. And then wanting to just redeem himself right at the end. Like, oh my God. He makes me want to die. You can't get to the top by crying. But he is a crier. He just is. It's who he is. he is an unbelievable character and one of the absolute best presented video game characters in general. I was going to say in Yakuza. But video game characters in general. And, like, just look at how he's presented in the beginning of Yakuza 0. Just look at it. The expressions, the contrast with Kiryu, the voice acting, the body language, his eyes. His eyes looking just a little bit more tired than the average person, you know? He's the best. He's the greatest. He's so good. That's all I can do. I commission people, K-Eater. I commission people to make them for me. Without you, I'll always be nothing. And then the way that he comes back and saves Kiryu and is there for him. You just knew it was ephemeral. It wasn't gonna last, but I always felt invincible around you. And then the moment he leaves... No, Kefka has not been listed. Tyke. Are bets coming? Yeah. Yeah, we can do a bet with 14 and 15. We can do a bet with 14 and 15. Or 15 and 16. Anyway, Nishiki makes me want to die. Anyway. Oh, whoops. Next is Kefka. I just want to die now. In the exact same spot he was at last year. That is a rise. Very impressive. Very impressive. Kefka strikes this amazing balance. Again, I have a video about him. This amazing balance between being the benchmark and foundation of the best characters in Final Fantasy XIV. You can check the VOD KC Fusion. He's earlier in the list. He's around like 80-something. He's absolutely iconic. He's engaging on a moment-to-moment level, but if you pay attention to the little details in his presentation, you know, as you should with Final Fantasy VI and RPGs of that era, you know, the sand in his boots scene, that is an encapsulation of his experiences with humanity and his the way he views humanity. Futile and stupid and ridiculous and redundant and just laughable, but it's a laugh that wipes away and is replaced with an expression of bitterness. He cannot have the things and grasp the things that makes life worth living for a lot of people. For everyone, basically. He's just incapable, for reasons beyond his control. And he always reaches out for it, but every bit of fulfillment he gets, if he ever gets any, is truly ephemeral. It's momentary. And the way he grapples with that, and his little lines throughout the, you know, dreams, where do they come from? Where do they go? It's out of this world complex. You could just think about Kefka forever. And so he's this amazing balance between being influential for some of the very best characters in Final Fantasy XIV, while also being just as good to stand on his own with them. His own thing. That inspired so much, and yet can still stand with them on the same pedestal. Make him sound a lot like Xenos? Because he is! He is! Oh, man. It could run the risk, Guncharaz. It absolutely could. Anyways, Kefka's Peak. 17. Okay. So this is the result. This is the result of... So, for clarity, this is the Phantom Troop as an entity. Every character apart from Krollo... But you can't not include Krollo when you're talking about the Phantom Troop, so it's a bit of an enigma, it's a little bit of a cheat, call it what you want. But the Phantom Troop as an entity, as a group. This is mad cheating? Fuck off, how about? How about fuck off? It's my list, there's no cheating at all. It's not mad cheating. I said it's a little cheating. Like, like what? What do you want me to do? What do you want me to do? You want me to put the Phantom Troop including Krollo? Like everyone in the Phantom Troop? Including Krollo? You could? Rank Cortepe right now? Like, not even on this list. Here's my take. If you think I'm cheating, if you think it's crazy cheating, like if you say it's a little bit of cheating, fair enough. If you think it's crazy cheating that the Phantom Troop are their own entry, you do not understand the Phantom Troop fundamentally. Sorry to say, but you don't. Is Sarasa included? The emotions associated with Sarasa are included. How would I rate the Akatsuki as a group? I wouldn't, Struggler. I wouldn't. They did go up too. What about Hisoka or Illumi? So, Illumi, no. But Hisoka, when it comes to Hisoka, elements associated with him, such as the way that Krollo views him and the reasons that Krollo does not, like, just tell him to fuck off, that are so deeply tied to the origin of the Phantom Troop, are part of this, but not Hisoka's character writing itself. Rating the Phantom Troop as a group works specifically because of how the troop is designed and functions, not because it's a great anti-group. Yeah, like, I wouldn't do Akatsuki. Like, guys, have you, like, Hunter x Hunter? The Phantom Troop is an entity. It works as an entity. I could just put Pakunoda and Uvo and Nobunaga here, but the way they're written specifically characterizes them as a holistic entity thematically that work together as a group. Almost like moving parts within the same, like legs of a spider, moving parts within the same, yes, Taika, absolutely. Within the same entity. I really need to reread to really get why people love the troop so much. Just watch my 17 videos on York New. Top 5 Phantom Troop members? Krollo? Pakunoda? I'll not count Illumi or Hisoka. Krollo, Pakunoda, Uvogin, Nobunaga, Machi, or Finks. The way they guide themselves through Krollo's broken and paradoxic ideals and ambitions, and the way they grapple with the boy they knew and the man he is, it's so dynamic and complicated and beautiful and emotional and so true. No, the Phantom Troop is absolutely exactly what Andres said. They are a group, but they are individuals within a group. Like, they're incredibly individualistic, but they work in service of the group. They are an entity. They are a symbol. They are an extension of Krollo. But Krollo is absolutely his own character, so I would never put him Krollo and the Phantom Troop. That would just feel weird to me. Kaluto, yeah. He builds into the troop's identity. and is part of the entity that is the spider. Yeah, it's a monolithic entity with a clear philosophy and clear ideals that act in certain ways and have a bunch of integrative elements to them. For more information, check out any of my Crollo or your New York New videos, but TLDR, the Phantom Troop is a singular entity, and it isn't mad cheating. It's a little bit of cheating. It's just it's a little like sure, but it's not mad cheating. No. The Phantom Troop is the greatest fictional group I've ever seen, and such an imaginative and creative, and like the character integration, the way that you indirectly characterize Crollo through them, the way that Crollo views them, the way that he's lost himself, and they act out certain aspects of him that may have been loyal to who he was in the past but are no longer. The look between Pakunoda and Crollo as they cross each other, like, oh my god. What? The post about they wouldn't let Kabuto get a real tattoo, so that's apparently illegal in the Hunter x Hunter universe, but not the murder and child abuse. Damn, Togashi's a fraud. Now you have to explain why all the 3 crones of Crookback Bog together in honorable mentions. True. Franklin's really good. Finks is really good. I also put the Mindhunter antagonists together. I wouldn't say this to say it's invalid to include them as one entity, but I found their whole "we are all part of the spider" to be a bit of a cope from them. Explain. Like, what does that mean? I think you could. Sam. I wouldn't, but I think you could. Oh yeah, I'm at one? I wonder which one that is. Where would the Phantom Troop rank in your top Hunter x Hunter characters? Seven or 8? I don't think they're quite as unified as they'd like to believe, and maybe that's because they're desperate to feel closer to each other in Crollo specifically? But maybe I'm waffling. Well, they disagree. There's infighting. But when all is said and done, they always conclude on something that acts within the rules of the group. And what I consider to be interesting is that the disagreements always stem from different perceptions of the rules and or different things they value, but the things they value are always in one way or another in service to the group. Like, I don't think it's disloyal for Finks to for Pakunoda to value Crollo the individual and the person, and go against the group's philosophy. Like, I think that's part of the holistic entity and love within it. I don't think it needs to be that they adhere to the principles. Did Hisoka make the list? I guess you'll have to wait and see. Has Kaido showed up? He has. He was 52. Would you count Angels from Eva as antags? I would, but they wouldn't be... Like, they're not particularly impressive by design. So they wouldn't be on the list. Okay, do I do 15 and 16 as a bet, or 14 and 15? I can't do both. Triple bet? Sure. Okay, so the next 3 are... The next 3 are in some order. So, you will vote for who you think is highest. Okay? You're voting for 14th place. Who does AJ love most? Silco, Johan, or Maruki? Johan kind of dropped? Kinda, yeah. He was 7. He was 7 last. Three-way bet. This is interesting. Let's see how it goes. Silco, Johan's winning out. Maruki's got 8%. Oh, he's a bit up now. Johan winning like mad. This is great music for this. Have Katakuri or Dofi showed up? Both of them. Both of them. I can't remember whether Silco or Johan was higher last time. This was it last time. Silco was 14, Maruki was 15, Johan was 7. Had to vote Maruki, sadly? Why is it sad? So, okay, what are we at? This is a tough vote. Okay, look at this. Okay, cool. So, Silco has 31% of the votes, Johan has 53% of the votes, Maruki has 16% of the votes. Where would Genova go on this list? They are not on the list. Like they're not on the list. If they're an antagonist and they're not on the list, they wouldn't be on the list because they're not on it. Was Silco on last year's list? Yeah, like I just said, he was 14. Okay, this is how it goes. Look at you guys with who voted Maruki? Holy shit. You guys are big winners today. 16% of you. Congratulations. Congratulations. Man, WTF? AJ, yes, Andres. Yes, Andres. You guys are rich. Any particular reason why Johan fell so much? I can't believe AJ hates Silco. Yeah, he went down 1, despite there being multiple new ones ahead of him. I thought I knew you? Me too. Me too. Thank you, Drunk Eldian, for the 26 months. I voted Silco, so at least I'm not a complete loser. This is true. This is true. Why Johan dropped so much? It is a big drop when you go from 7 to 16. It is notable. I hate Silco so much, despite saying last week that he's probably, maybe, he's top 2 in Arcane, maybe the best character in Arcane. Crying because of Silco right now. I love Silco! I've talked about Silco for hours! He's 15! He's 15! He's triple S! He's amazing! He's generational! I'm not talking to you, Rose. No. Sorry, I wasn't talking to you specifically, Rose. I'm talking about people who... I can't believe AJ hates Silco. What made you start hating him? Don't. Sorry, Rose. I'm not talking to you. What made Johan drop? Ultimately, I think I'm just. I definitely went and revisited the character, and I just found myself. I don't know. I just found myself a little less engaged in the grand epic poem that is Johann and the psychology of him. I just found it a little less fascinating than I did prior, and I had to reevaluate where he stood. But even still, there is so little between these characters when you get to the top 20, 25. There's so little between them, especially this tier, that I still love him beyond words. He's still my favorite character in Monster. I still think he's a masterpiece. I just had to, in the grand scope of my favorites, I had to reevaluate where exactly he stood, because I wasn't quite as enamored in the beauty of his character as I usually was. But I mean, he's still number 16 total of all time. Absalom or Silco? You clearly don't like Silco, so I wasn't sure. Absalom. Thank you, Soul Samurai, for gifting a sub to Ray. Thank you, Claire. I know that, for the 100 bits, I know that Maruki's gonna be my GOAT when I finally play Royal, and I know he's super similar to the GOAT Obito. Yo. That's true. I might have mentioned that, but I kind of forgot about it. Monster Rewatch? I'm halfway through a Monster Rewatch with Film Buff. I don't know when that'll pick up again, but when it does, I'll continue. Mazda comparisons? That's cool. That's cool too. Yeah. Silco, I just yelled about him. I made a whole stream to hate on Silco. And Maruki. Yeah, easily? No, not easily. If I had to rank probably my favorite Persona character. My number one Persona character. It is close between him and a couple others, though. Also made a video about Maruki. I did, yeah. I'm remembering now that I did. What is this? Have we seen Oikawa yet? We have not. Crying because of Silco right now? I love Silco! Oh, sorry. I talked about Silco for hours! This is making me... I'm so sorry, Rose. It was literally in response to you. Your comment is... reading your comment out loud while reading Weaver's comment, it was a joke. It was a joke. Don't worry, I know you were joking. When did you start hating Rose THFC? When she got a superior manager to me, to my team. He's 15! He's 15? Oh my god. Number 13. Guys, we are soon coming to the biggest rise, I think, in the history of these lists. THFC is Tottenham Hotspur Football Club, Tyke. But not yet, because next is Hisoka. I think if you're talking about pure, because I'm not emotionally connected, like I don't get emotional with Hisoka. Sorry, what's that? If you're talking about pure marveling at how beautifully the character is constructed, how wonderfully they insert themselves into every arc, how indicative they are of the identity of the various series, of the series that they're in, the different dynamics, the pure venom in how he develops. I'm speaking of post-anime stuff. I think Hisoka, you really can't get better for me in a character without... Like, you can't get better than Hisoka for me. For a character that I don't feel like... That doesn't make me cry, you know? Arigato, AJ. Thank you, AJ. Itsumo, AJ. What did I do? What did I do? He's tons of fun. He's the most engaging in the world on a moment-to-moment level. He inserts himself. That was bad. That was bad. And yes, what Tyke says, the perfect expression of Togashi's writing style and versatility. He is the He is a mechanical counterweight, a tonal counterweight, thematic counterweight. He's used for balance. He's in arcs when he needs to be an antagonist, when he needs to be a weird sort of ally, he's there. When he needs to be a chaos factor, he's there. He just brings everything together beautifully. It's a marvel. He's a marvel of a character. Most efficient, interesting character? Yeah. Is Tompa in the honorable mentions? Not quite. And he has 2 of the best fights in the series. Why do you hate him so much that he got a lower placement this time? I just have so much hate in my heart, you know? I'm a hateful person, you know me. Say one nice thing about Grimmer from Monster. Yes, you're exactly right, Celix. Would it be fair to say he's your favorite wildcard character in any story? Yeah, I guess so, yeah. Do you think Hisoka will ever get you deeply emotional? It's possible. I don't think that's in his DNA, but I guess it's possible. Hey, Mega Turtles. What makes you like him more than Oscalod? He contributes more to... He contributes a significant amount to a series that I like better. I think he's just more generally interestingly used, but Oscalod is more emotional and better, I think, has a more complex and extensive backstory. Just he's perfectly written. He is perfectly written. He is perfectly presented. He is everything the story needs to be and elevates it to the nth degree through his sheer presence. And I guess with Oscalod specifically, while Oscalod captures my imagination, Hisoka, on a moment-to-moment level, is maybe one of the most engaging characters out there. While stamping on Hunter x Hunter a great part of its identity through his design, aesthetically and writing-wise. So I don't know. They're 2 peaks. It's hard to say specifically in this scenario why I like one more than the other, but I guess that would be a summary of it. Do you think Hisoka should get a backstory down the line or not? Well, he has that one shot that Togashi has not rejected. We'll see, Hamdash. But I would not need a backstory for Hisoka. Was Makima in the list? Makima was in the list, yes. Has Ilmi showed up? Yes. Do you think Hisoka would be excited for a fight he's certain he would lose? Like if he came face-to-face with Meruem? I don't think that it's in Hisoka to think that he's certain to lose. Not necessarily, Burly Shark. What number was Montada? 55? Has Sephiroth been in the list yet? Yes. Majiki herself said that he doesn't think or care about the past. He feels like the most anti-backstory character in Hunter x Hunter to me. Me too. Me too. He is the second most anti-backstory character of all time for me. Second most. No Inferno Kami. Is Kenny Ackerman on the list? Yes. Guys, the VODs are out there. The VODs are there. You can... And at the beginning of this stream, I showed... I scrolled through everything. Yeah, and like Ray says, very good point. A great example of being reflective... Nen being reflective of his personality. Wait. We're about to do a bet, by the way. But, yeah, we're about to do a bet. Would you have Elidipus or Xenos higher? Counterpoint, hearing the backstory of an anti-backstory character is really interesting. It could be, but, like... It could be. If it's written by Togashi, it's going to be good. But it's like, I don't know. He doesn't need it. What characters of the list do you love as much as Gojo? I'll put it this way. Gojo would be in the top 25 of this list, at least. Pain is on the list. You can check the VOD. I believe 34 or 35. Next vote. Now, has Chuck been on the list, guys? Check the VOD. Check the VOD. Luckily, I could scroll down. Like, everything will help. Everything will tell you. Okay, number 11 or 12. Oh, this song. So. Oh, sorry, I have not answered 2 redeems. Top 5 Persona characters. Maruki, Yukari, Aigis, Akechi, Makoto, or Junpei, or Akihiko. How many votes left? Maybe 3? Maybe 3? Someone did call this. It might have been Trish. I think Andres called it. Yeah, just go to the Twitch channel. You can scroll back in the VOD, Kaiser. Do you consider Squidward an antagonist? No. And one nice thing about Grimmer from Monster, I don't remember the voice actor's name, but in the dub, that is the best role the voice actor has had. Favorite Persona 4 character, Adachi. Grimmer or Boromir? Grimmer. Rated character dynamic, C's. Triple S. Patrick Seitz. It's my favorite Patrick Seitz role. Okay, so this is... a vote. 1 second. We haven't done the vote yet. I did a redeem. Okay. I did a redeem. What was the redeem? Do you play volleyball, AJ? No, I don't. I missed... Say one nice thing about Omokage from Phantom Rouge. A decent enough design. Say one nice thing about Shalnark. I love Shalnark's voice. It's Tsukumo from JJK. I love Shalnark's voice. I love the concern in the clear way, and like the sort of duality between. Sorry, I can't talk over this rapping. Between the clear duality between the sort of robotic and scary way he manipulates other people, and thinks of them as toys that break, but also clearly cares for people like Uvo. I think Shalnark's really great. I'm a fan. Luke Allen Gale or Matt Stoke? I've shut up, Andres. Get out of here. Okay, Elidibus or Xenos? Final Fantasy XIV. 2 of the best characters of all time. 2 of the best antagonists of all time. Who is gonna win? Which one do I love more? Elidibus or Xenos? Start. This is so easy, I'm going to lose. Now, the biggest climb is Xenos. Xenos has either climbed 77 or 78 spots. That is the biggest climb in ranking history. Now, do you vote for the character that has made me cry some of the hardest cries I've ever done in my life, or the character that made me literally, like, fist pump the air, tears streaming out of my face out of hype, and, like, just stare at the ceiling in awe? Which one? Which one? Kosuke Toriyumi or Akira Ishida? Get out of here. Get out. Wouldn't you like to know? Andres is so funny. Okay. Holy shit. 52% say Xenos. 48% say Elidibus. I will, Andres. The answer is... Oops. Guys, play Final Fantasy XIV. Play it. Also, Elidibus with the second highest rise. The second highest rise. Worth noting. The three highest rises in this list have been Xenos, Elidibus, and Varus. So congratulations to the 48% of you. 48 to 52%. Incredible. Why do I like Elidibus more than Xenos? It's just a feeling. When it comes to why this character more than this character, sometimes it's just like, what do you feel in your heart? Andres, I'm glad you're ascending. Next month, Sarah, you better keep us all updated. Put the tier 1.5 title, please. Ayo, what? Anyways, top 10. Tanji Washijo. My king. Up 2. Look at that. Up 2. There is literally too much to say about Xenos and Elidibus. I just don't even know where to start. The little spiel I gave for each will hopefully be adequate. I checked my VODs. Just check my VODs. We have we have these in-depth character dissections of Elidibus and Xenos. Both of them. Yeah, it's just... Washijo is a masterful character. Thank you, Downpour. Thank you so much. Wait, sorry, what's being asked? What is being asked? Claire asked something and I can't find it. Have there been any... Oh, have there been any 14 characters before these two? Yeah, Varus. In honorable mentions, there was a few. And there was another one. Varus was 60. La Habrea, yeah. Anyways, Tanji Washijo for Haikyuu. One of my favorite psychologies to dive into and sort of dissect. And honestly, what he goes through and what he does throughout Haikyuu, because what he essentially has to do through Haikyuu in acknowledging Hinata is essentially admit to himself and admit to the world that he has been living a life that he that is not his ideal. He has been living a life that he could have lived a more meaningful life for himself, that he gave up too quickly. And that is something that is so difficult, so unbelievably difficult to come to terms with. So naturally, he doesn't want to discard his former self or invalidate it or admit that, because admitting Hinata's right would be admitting that he could have made the wrong choice, and the regret there would be so overpowering that it could destroy someone. But slowly, gradually, painstakingly, Hinata, through sheer force of will, is able to get Washijo to admit, you know what? Short people can play volleyball. They can find ways to win. I gave up too quickly. And through saying that, the little boy in him screams, not out of pain, but he's able to turn it into something where the little boy inside him screams for Hinata's success. Hinata's success is his success. He vicariously lives through him. And for him to change his mindset in that way is one of the most admirable, incredible things I've seen a fictional character do. It's unbelievable. There is no one that has higher expectations of Hinata Shoyo than me. No, Elijah, I don't. Is it weird to say that Washiyo is a very unique character in a story like Haikyuu? I don't think so. Like, it's natural that he is written that way. It's natural that a character like this is in the story, but nonetheless, he's very unique. Especially at his age, insane to see a story. Yeah, at his age, like, decades and decades of this psychology ingrained in him that he then undoes. Like, just think about that. It's impossible to conceptualize, but we can do our best and we can empathize, and he is an incredible character. The little fist pump, that's one of my favorite moments in all of Haikyuu. 361. And he just gets better. He gets more layers, he gets more depth through rewatches. What was the line Fiji said? For us, there's no such thing as good enough. For us, right? He is with Hinata. I don't know who besides the Mount Rushmore will make it here besides Griffith and Beatrice. That's fun, isn't it? Isn't that fun? Oh, we need Chemomedai today. We're into the top 10, people. We're into the top 10. You want to do another bet? We will do 3 more bets. We can do 8 and 9, 5 and 6, and the top 3. Or we could just do the last 2. All of top 10? So true. Actually, you know what? We're not doing 3 bets. We'll do 2. We'll do 2. I actually don't want this to be a bet, because this character deserves a little something something. One sec. My goat, my king, my favorite character in Naruto, who just about got this elevated in like the last 2 or 3 chapters. Top 9. 10 spots over Naruto. They aren't equivalent. But yeah. One half of one of the best fictional dynamics ever. Just clarifying for anyone else, struggler. A character that, through his entire journey, he has been poisoned in so many ways. He has so many layers of trauma and hatred, and needs, and a need and a thirst and a yearning and a desire, but most of all a need to direct that anger, that rage somewhere. and he has it directed towards his brother, but then he learns about the nature of that and then directs it to the village for what they did to his brother. But no matter what, one way or another, he always needed some sort of outlet. He always had this inferiority complex towards his brother and towards Naruto. He is just constantly plagued with this psychological baggage for reasons out of his control, and you just consistently through the story want him to stay where he's loved and where he's wanted and at his home. Because I do believe it's his home. And so after 700 chapters of seeing him drift away constantly, more and more and more, and Naruto constantly reach out for him, to see him smile, I'm tearing up, I'm actually tearing, to see him smile is like the biggest payoff in the world. And laugh, you know? This music is not helping. So yeah, he's absolutely deserving of being in my top 10. He's absolutely deserving of one of the best shonen characters ever. And he's my favorite character in Naruto. And he makes me extremely emotional. He's extremely emotional. And to answer your question, Nora, him and Naruto are absolutely gay. Absolutely. This song is from Umineko. Oh, did I, Toomey? That's really cool. And next, I was going to do a vote between these two, but I really wanted to give Sasuke a moment. A couple people guessed this already. Oikawa from Haikyuu. Up one spot. Volleyball is fun. Every time I forget that, it comes back to remind me. Doflamingo has been ranked, yes. He is 42. No, Wolfman. I've already read them. I think I mean, God, I've said so much about Oikawa over the years, but the dynamism is in his character arc. The way that his defeatist mindset at first, his belief that he is not extraordinary, that he will never be a genius, the curse of the ordinary. And the way that seems to reflect the thesis of the series, but then, later in the series, only goes back on itself to show that Oikawa genuinely, at the end, in his last match against Karasuno, changed things to believe, you know what, maybe I can do this. Maybe it isn't impossible. If you never believe, you're never actually going to achieve what you want to achieve. If you don't believe that you'll never be a genius, or do the impossible, then you'll never actually do it. And maybe I won't, but I love volleyball, and I want to succeed, and I'm going to make it. And in spite of this dream that seemed to trap him and agonize him, Oikawa is the most tortured soul outside of, like, Washijo, I think, when it comes to volleyball, his relationship with volleyball. But he comes around to it and is able to, through the sheer love for it, achieve what seemed to be impossible. His arc really is so human now that I think about it, putting these ideas in your head and restricting yourself. Yes, it's incredibly relatable. What, kind of in a Kaido-esque way, this music, what restricts Oikawa is not his ability or his skill or anything to do with that, or his talent, quote unquote. It is his mindset. You know, his coach says that he's not a genius. Says who? Like, what? What? Haikyuu is a huge advocate of the idea that if you keep pursuing it, if you, like, it is incredibly impossible. It feels incredibly, it feels impossible. It is incredibly improbable, but it is possible for those who seem to not be geniuses to achieve that. And Oikawa is the example of it. If you don't try, if you don't, like, you can only give up and you can only say that, you know, it's impossible after you've given absolutely everything you have. But until you've done that, can you really say that it's impossible for you? And be honest with yourself. Have you given everything you have? If the answer is no, then keep fucking going. Then keep going. And that is what Oikawa thought of right before the final set against Karasuno, before performing this superhuman feat and telling Ushijima, "Don't you ever forget my worthless pride." Like, he is the most incredible character. He is unbelievable. And the idea of genius, how it, yeah, like what Safa says, how it completely flips on itself and merges with other concepts, and sometimes, you know, it feels like geniuses exist, but then the story always goes back to the idea that the true geniuses are the ones who have molded themselves into being that. Some of them are lucky, some of them are not, but everyone works their way to it. Sorry, I'm just doing a Haikyuu TED Talk. But Haikyuu is that story. It really is. Hinata is the protag of Haikyuu, but I think Oikawa embodies its themes and messages the best of any character in the story. I've seen that argument before, and I think, like, I might borderline agree with it. He really just covers every base of it. The darkest sides to the most empowering. And again, like we said, he imparts it upon himself. His biggest obstacle was his mindset. But once he broke free, and that is not a simple thing to overcome. It can be the hardest thing in the world, but he did it. He did do it. Washijo's right here. Washijo's number 10. How close is Kageyama to being considered an antagonist? Not quite close enough. But, like, it's decently close. Decently close. That is tier 1.5. Now, are we about to see Gus? A couple of hours ago. Yeah. Thank you, Bound Crusader. I'm glad you enjoyed it. Who named this tier? Hannah named this tier. Hannah gave me the name for this tier, by the way. Sorry, I have to say something. Andres asked, Luke Allen Gale or Matt Stoko? Just about Luke Allen Gale. Kosuke Toriyumi or Akira Ishida? Just about Akira Ishida. My favorite voice actor. And, thank you, Sarah. And I have to say this in my YouTube voice. To me, Warriors of Light, I am salvation given form, mankind's first hero and final hope. For victory, I render up my all. Anyways, there is a name coming up in this list, which you may not want to see if you have not played to the end of Final Fantasy XIV. A name. Just so you know. Now, this character is in the conversation for the most complex. It's like top 3 most complex character. Top 2. The only competition for the most complex, I think, not competition, but it's between this guy and Aaron. He's in the conversation for the most complex character I've ever seen. I have stayed awake at night, just like staring at my ceiling, thinking about a line and interpreting it one way or another. Andres messages me at like 1 a.m. going like, wait, what does this line mean? And I go, shit, what does it mean? Oh, okay. Like, there's some things about this character. Like, I have so much clarity with regards to certain things about this character, but then you think of a line in a different way, and everything kind of changes the complexion a little bit. However, when it comes to sort of things that have to do with his identity, I've always thought this, and it'll remain to be true forever. Anyways, I've given the warning. This is the highest new entry. The highest new entry in this list. And my second favorite Final Fantasy XIV character. Endlessly complex, endlessly emotional. You have to sort of explore this across multiple periods of time, across different shards, through different relationships. And depending on the way you view several of the character conclusions, or the aspects tied to the character conclusions, you could interpret certain things about his conclusion to be empowering or otherwise. Just all in all, one of the most layered, complex, rich, emotional. I have cried. I have fan art on my wall. You can't see it, but I have multiple pieces of fan art, thank you, Hannah, of this character and his relationship with another character we talked about earlier. He captures my imagination, my heart, my soul, and is one of my favorite characters ever. Hermes Van Daniel. Thank you, second. Thank you. Now, the last character we have on this list that is not Matsuoka. Oh my god, Matsuoka. Holy shit. Incredible. The last character on this list that does not involve a bet. Oh, sorry. I mentioned Aaron and Van Daniel as two of the most complex characters. I misspoke. Well, there's a third to add to this list, and that is this one. A once-in-a-lifetime character. Yup, Drunk Eldian. He does, Rayleigh. He really does. FF14 does have a pretty long free trial. Pretty long. A once-in-a-lifetime character. Absolutely unbelievable character that, again, to grasp and fully understand... I don't think it's possible to fully understand Beatrice. I don't think so. But to get, like, 80% of her, which is enough to fully appreciate her and get what she's all about, is so incredibly rewarding. Again, endlessly emotional, super rich, tied to the themes of the series in a way that is... You can't separate the themes of Umineko from Beatrice. Waiting for the day that I get the notification that you make a Umineko video. I'm going to do it. It is on the list. Honestly, that's all you need, Nora. And yeah, was number 5 last year, number 6 this year. My love for her is as strong as ever. Right? Beatrice is one of those characters that makes me scratch my hair out when I really start thinking about them with how deep it goes. Yeah, that is how it goes. I agree with Wolfman. I think you do need the manga as well. I think you do need the manga. There is some stuff that's essential to Beatrice's character. Beatrice laugh on stream? I'm not built that way. Yeah, you really can't talk about her much without spoilers, which is why I'm being very vague, but rest assured, one of the best characters ever, one of my favorite characters ever, and read Umineko. Read Umineko. I just think about Beatrice and I want to cry. Beatrice? Yeah, I think it's totally fair. Hannah says I'm not a Beatrice fan yet, but I love the crazy granddad who yells Beatrice. He's such a creature. Kinzo, my goat. I think it's very fair to not love Beatrice from the start. I didn't. It takes a little bit to warm up to her and to understand her, and yeah. But when you do, my God, does it hit? I don't want to top 5 aspects of Beatrice's character, so I don't want to spoil, but voice actress, one of my favorite roles in anything. The musical themes associated with Beatrice, the way she conceptualizes her identity, the way she conceptualizes her fate, and her relationship with Battler. Are Umineko and 14 intertwined? Kind of. Like, they have very similar vibes. Top 5 Fandaniel lines? Oh boy. I want you all to... Madman, thank you for the 12 months. Was Kaido ranked? Oh, and damn, even though I barely watched due to my busy schedule, it's an honor to be part of the stream. Thank you. Thank you for the 12 months. Welcome to the year club. Kaido was ranked. He was 52. Who would you consider the main antagonist of Nier Automata? Humanity. Kinzo sucks so much, but he's also peak as hell. Writing-wise, not morality-wise. Where is Umineko best consumed? The anime of the visual novel. Do not watch the anime! Unless you want to see George motorboating his mom's boobs. Don't watch the anime. Read the visual novel up until episode 8, then read episode 8 of the manga. Anime on the backlog? Yeah. Where can I watch the anime? Yeah, I figured. Out of context, that's wild. In context, that's wild. You want more context? You want more context? He motorboats his dead mom's boobs. His dead mom. She's dead. Anyway, that's the anime. Holds up what? Okay. I'm not going to show it on stream, but... He's grieving about his dead mom. That's a cap? It's not. Fuck off. That's a cap? Hold on. Hold on. Is there a clip of this on YouTube? I can't believe what I just searched.
What's it gonna be, Kyle?
Okay. I don't know what this audio is. It's not great. The video is not great. I can't find it. I don't think I can find it. Damn, I can't show you. He doesn't say burr. I think you might have watched the fan animation. I didn't. The algorithm is going to cook me. Anyway, Oikawa Hinata is a character dynamic. Double S. Anyway, I'm only exaggerating a little bit. He really does. Let me show you a still image. Okay. This is just the still image, but anyway. He is pretty buried. He's buried in those badonkers like she will be buried in the ground. This stream is cooked. We're cooked. We're cooked. We're cooked. The title, yeah. Cinema. Tits or destiny. Anyways, guys, let's vote. Let's vote. Do you guys want to vote? Okay? You guys want to vote on 4 and 5? Oh, sorry, top 5 hit Fan Daniel lines. Oh, Andres, you know me, I'm really bad with lines. Hold on. I'll look them up. Do you remember when I told you that I wanted to die and take everyone with me? I meant it. I'm just going through the wiki. I don't have quote. Andres, I'm bad with quotes. I can't answer that right now. Okay. I'll give you 2 minutes for this one. What? Twitch won't let me do the prediction. Which character does AG love more is banned. It does not comply with the content guidelines. Hold on. Which character does AJ love most? I just asked that. This is crazy. This is crazy. I just asked that. I've been asking this all stream. This name is not compliant with her content. Insane. How is that? Whatever. Which character is number 4? So which one is higher? What is going on? It won't let me do a prediction. What? Hold on. Okay, no, ignore that prediction. That's the previous one. Ignore that. This is crazy. I can't do a prediction. Meruem. What if I say Shia Poof? Is Poof banned? Poof is a banned term! They're trying to silence the boy! Okay, you can vote now. You can vote. Poof is a banned term. They're trying to silence him! Oh, is it? Is it Weaver? I didn't even know. Shia Poof. Say this in my YouTube voice. I still don't know many things, but one thing I do know, that between guilt and fear, I choose happiness. What makes you like Poof more than Sasuke? Check my video on Poof. Top 5 scientist characters. Okabe Rintaro. Low-key Fan Daniel. It's a homophobic... I see. I didn't know. I had no clue. Okay, that was the problem. Hojo. Mayuri. Meruem's gonna win and I'll have wasted a lot of money? Let's see. Waffles are quite valuable. Okay, 65% say Meruem is 4 and Poof is 5. I forgot to vote? I'm sorry. Walter White. Boom. Easy. Ooh, Kabuto. Put Kabuto instead of like Mayuri or Hojo. Tucker. Say this in my YouTube voice. Many thanks for watching. Then time me out for 5 minutes. Okay. I'll time you out. I don't know how to do custom timeouts, so I might just have to do it for 10 minutes. Can one of the mods time them out for 5 minutes? I can only do 10 from here. I don't know how to do a custom. AJ allows timeout kinks? Beautiful. Thank you, Rainder. Oh, 6 minutes even. We're getting you a little extra. A little bit extra. Okay. Let's see. What did people vote for? I see, Natalie. Yeah, I didn't know. I had no clue. Okay, so... Poof, Meruem. Good job, Fiji. It's just too easy. Good job, Anna. Good job, everyone who won. This was the year where This is the year where Poof overtook Meruem. There's just something, there's something in the complexity and crazy richness of the paradox of his mentality and psychology that is just, and his presentation, the scene, for the king, like that, there's something in that just makes him a little like just a tiny bit ahead. Just a tiny bit ahead. And so, yeah, Poof is my 4th favorite antagonist of all time. Meruem, don't love him any less, but goes to 5th. Poof would disagree with his vote outcome. That's why he's the GOAT, right? That's why he is. Meruem sucks. True. 1 Emmett, 2 Griffith, 3 Crollo. Trust me. All right, guys. Remember in 2022 when Meruem was first? I do. 1, then 3, then 5. But hey, the competition is crazy stiff, so those drops are really not drop. Like, it's fine. I adore Meruem. I cry over Meruem every day. Let me know if Meruem sucks now. Yes. He sucks. Sorry, let me give you your points. There you go. Spend the waffles wisely. Did Meruem fall off? Yeah. So the last vote is with my top 3. We're doing a triple bet. Top 3. Okay? These are the top 3. Griffith from Berserk, Crollo Lucifer from Hunter x Hunter, or Emmett Selk from Final Fantasy XIV. If you want to see where they were last year, Emmett was 6, and I have since played a whole expansion. Crollo was 2, and Griffith was 1. I haven't reread Berserk or anything. Just chapters here and there, and lots of daydreaming and reminiscing about Griffith, as you tend to do. Crollo, the context of the additional chapters, I've reread them quite a bit. And yeah. Crollo, Griffith, the other guy, I guess. Let's see. Let's do it. So, the last bet for today, the finale. Who will win? Which character does AJ love most? Griffith, Crollo, Emmett Selk. I'll give you guys 2 minutes for this one. There we go. We're off. Which 2 characters does AJ hate? True. I did. Griffith was number 1 last year. Follow your heart. 250k on the boy. Who's the boy? Which boy? How was last year's number 1 on 5%? Holy shit, let's see. Griffith 7%, Crollo 39%, Emmett Selk 53%. It won't let you gamble? Weren't you able to before? Oh no. Damn, Griffith only 10%. Interesting. 150k channel points on Crollo? High roller. High roller. 12% Griffith, 40% Crollo, 47% Emmett Selk. Where you think Emu's gonna be when it's revealed? I'm not sure what you're asking, So Gamer. You mean when One Piece is done and Emu is done and the role in the story is done? If that's the question, I have no idea. It all depends on the Emu from One Piece. I'm aware they're from One Piece. I'm not aware of what you're actually asking. Like, are you asking where do I think they'll be on the list when One Piece is done and when their character's fully fleshed out? Okay, it's done. 18% say Griffith, 37% say Crollo, 45% say Emmett Selk. Oh, so if you're on mobile, Tyke, it's a little weird to get to it. Okay. So let's do this. For the potential the character exudes and how much you already like him, I have no clue. I don't think there's any way to predict where Emu will be on this list without seeing more. They have insane potential, but I have no clue. Now, let us reveal it. Griffith, number 3. And the winner is... Emmett Selk. But this is Shadowbringers. This is just Final Fantasy XIV in general. Hurts to know you hate Griffith and despise Griffith. Sorry, hate Crollo and despise Griffith. Yep. There you go, folks. There you go. This is my top 150 favorite antagonists of all time for 2024. Emmett Selk is the most beautiful antagonist I've ever...
Alexander. Alexandre.
Vive la France. Omelette du fromage. Très chose. Est-ce que je peux aller aux toilettes? Emmett Selk, thank you so much for the 2,000 bits, guest. That will go towards Tokyo Ghoul. Thank you so much. There is a Tokyo Ghoul stream goal. Guts or Griffith? Guts. Emmett Selk is the greatest antagonist I've ever seen. He was in the conversation for it after Shadowbringers. After Endwalker, it's not that it's not close, because it is. It's very close between Crollo and Griffith. Between what Shanks told him. He gave up his arm for the sake of a new era. Just like Joseph. It is close between him and basically everyone else in this tier. But the answer is clear. The answer is clear. And it is Emmett Selk. Guys, if you have not played Final Fantasy XIV, and you're okay with a slow start, you're okay with a mid start, I will say the start is pretty mid. You'll be rewarded in the most beautiful way possible with one of the greatest stories you can ever experience. And with, like, look at these characters. Final Fantasy XIV, number 1, 7, 11, 12. Let me come. So true, Natty. I'm sorry, Hachibono. Let me just give you your waffles. Congratulations to everyone who said Emmett Selk. Let's scroll through. For one final time, these are the honorable mentions. Congratulations, Hannah. Congratulations, all the winners. And thank you, everyone, for taking part in voting and all that stuff. This is the second of 3 top 100 lists. Last one will be stories overall, which will be next week. Is Oda an antagonist? Yes. Thank you, Andres, for gifting 5 subs to the community. I hope you're happy with the outcome, because you were very confident and you were very right. There really is, at this point in my life, there's no question. There's no question. Thank you for the 5 gifted subs, Andres. Thank you, Fiji, for the 196 bits. Thank you, Andres, for, in large part, for all the help in modding and helping with the Final Fantasy XIV streams, which has helped me to love this character so unbelievably much as I do. Your top 5 antagonists or top 5 protagonists? I refuse. One of the mods, please redeem that. Refund that. One of the mods, please refund that. I have to say this in my YouTube voice. I do not know the shape of his pain, nor how it shaped him into the man he became. But I know that when man first tasted loneliness and fear, bitterness and despair, he shared in their torment. And now, as we are called to sleep, he beams. And I know it is because of you. Thank you. Hunter x Hunter antagonist cast or 14 antagonist cast? I don't know. What I will say, sorry, I can't answer that. What I will say is that I have a Mount Rushmore of antagonist casts. Hunter x Hunter, Final Fantasy XIV, Haikyuu, and Naruto. I will link this, don't worry. I'm about to do it. Is it safe to say that Sasuke is top 5 characters you've experienced since last time you created this list? Yeah, I think so. Yeah. Yeah, top 5 new characters, yeah. I'm hoping that Mount Rushmore... And honestly, I'm hoping that Mount Rushmore becomes like a 5 or 6. I'm hoping it becomes a 5 or 6. Is Yoshikage Kira honorable mention? No. But he's very good. I think that Yakuza will make it. Yakuza as a series, you know, it's a full series versus... It's fine. I think Yakuza is really close, and I have hopes for Bleach, actually. And, you know, let's say One Piece goes on for another few hundred chapters. It could do it. It could do it. Renosuke and Caster should be higher, only critique. No, they shouldn't, actually. They're exactly where they are. They're perfect exactly where they are. Any spot on any given list is the perfect spot because it's everyone's list. But I get it. They deserve the world. They're amazing. The visualization, the evolution. Thank you, Trish. So let's see. Emmett. Gone. Oh, sorry, not gone. Medoem. Poof. Griffith. Thank you again, Trish, for putting this together. This is amazing. Do you plan on doing a monster rewatch? I'm in the middle of one. Well, Yakuza won't really matter. I really think that Yakuza can make its way into the Mount Rushmore and make it a 5. Maybe Bleach, too. I have high hopes. Those are the 2 I'm looking at most. Last-minute Champions League score predictions for today? Not score predictions, but I think Barcelona will win, and Atletico will go through. Maybe they'll tie. Arcane Season 2 villain? I love it. I don't know anything about what's coming, but yeah. Heavensward or Stormblood? Heavensward. Levi Ackerman or Gojo Satoru? That's a great question. Thank you, Nora! Sorry, I missed this. Thank you, Nora, for gifting a sub 2 minutes ago to the community. Thank you so much, Nora. Did my Sasuke top 10 prediction come true? Well, here, let's hold on. Let me just make this into the command. Okay. There we go. You should be able to read this now. Thank you so much, Nora. It's beautiful to have you back. So antagonist list in there. I have to keep 4K to make AJ say something in the top 100 fiction. Oh, yeah? Levi Ackerman or Gojo Satoru? That's a great question, and the answer is Gojo. Gojo. Now that the protagonists and antagonists are done, what are your top 5 characters in general? I don't know. I don't know, Tarnished. I guess it's fair to say you could take my top 1 or 2 or 3 from both, and that could be a good contender for it, but then there are Deuteragonists, right? There's Killua, there's Kageyama, there's Armin. Who knows? You know? I don't know it. I don't know it, Tarnished. I wish I did. Who else did I want to do? Griffith, Meruem, Crollo. Good, you guys can see it. Good. Would you do a Deuterag list? I would not. Not at this point. Griffith from 2 to 1 to 3. Emmett from 6 to 1. Meruem from 1 to 3 to 5. Poof from 3 to 4 to 4. Beatrice from 4 to 6 to 6. Or sorry, to 5 to 6. Will you ever attempt to make a top 100 characters? Never say never, but I don't have plans for it. Never say never, but I don't have plans. Can you do Xenos? Oh, yeah, let's see Xenos. Would you count Mikasa as a Deuteragonist? Yeah, for sure. Look at that line. Elidibus. Logan Roy. Look at that. Thank you guys so much. Say one name was Strongheart because he fell off so hard he's not even in the honorable mentions. Strongheart's good. He's a really good antagonist. I think he's very good. He just he isn't quite a favorite. But, oh, no worries, Trish. Oh, yeah, I guess. Oh, yeah. But he's a great, like, you know that funny clip that I have of Strongheart where, I forget exactly what I said, but I'm like, I predicted exactly what he was going to say in the way he said it. He has this strong conviction and adherence to these ideals and principles that are just unbending, and it's almost hilarious in how strongly he adheres to them. And that makes for a really entertaining, great obstacle. And the sort of majesty and grandness of his character is communicated extremely well through his music, the music associated with him. So I just think he's really well presented. You slipped up, buddy. I think he's great. I think he's very good. Let me guess, it was for the Empire. It was all for the preservation of law and order in our great empire. There you go. That was it. Oh, really? We were? I always like thought there was something more to him, but I wasn't that strongly thinking that. Updated Logan? I might have to refresh. There we go. Beautiful. Thank you again, Trish. Let me add this to the top 100 Evo, I think it is. Yeah. Anyways, guys, that's going to be all for today. That's going to be all. Thank you, mods. Thank you, all of you guys, for all your enthusiasm and betting and for listening to me gush and for offering your insight. Oh, sorry. It changed me. 2023 is a year of experiencing fiction. Homdosh has asked, how, on a scale of 1 to 5, how much has 2023 changed me in terms of fiction? 4.5. The only reason I don't say 5 is because I can't say that with confidence until like a couple of years from now, when I see that it has changed me. But we'll go with that. Thank you guys so much. We'll be back tomorrow. We'll be back tomorrow with Bleach, my Bleach read-through, which I can't wait for. Every week, it's such a highlight. Then we'll have One Piece on Sunday. Monday, we will be starting the last of this gauntlet of top 100 streams with the top 100 fiction overall. We'll see where so many news stories I've experienced will rank. And where they place. And that'll be tons of fun. We'll see who comes out on top this time. Let me just get rid of this. My pleasure, Andres. Thank you so much. And I can't wait. It's been so much fun to go through these, and I hope you guys have fun with the bets and the discussing and gushing and all that stuff. So we'll see you guys then. We'll see you guys maybe tomorrow if you're into the Bleach streams, which are incredibly fun. Some of the best streams I've ever done. But if you're not into it, totally understandable. And we'll see you next time, maybe for top 100 fiction. Thank you so much, guys. Have a great rest of your week.